Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Forget to hit that boop boop pop pop button, the like button. Share and subscribe if you have yet to do so. Hi, Scott. Hi, Catherine. I figured I'd pop in a little 2 minutes early. It's now a minute early. Hi. If you get anything from my work, connected an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, please consider supporting my work. The links will be at the bottom after this whole video uploads and will be there. And AllyKat Creations 211 is where you can find beautiful art pieces, pyramids, fun stuff, channel members. You get to win a pyramid that's all the way over there. But I'm raffling off a pyramid. All the description for that is in the community tab to this channel. So if you're interested in, hang on, I'm going to have to roll my ass over to get it. I did not clean up the mess from yesterday's fun. I'm raffling this off. Entries are $5. I'm drawing this January 3rd. So a lucky person will be winning this beautiful pyramid, and my channeled members get a free entry. So if you're interested in this pyramid, it's $100 value, a lot of packed energy in this. Go check out the community tab for more info. I don't even know where to put this. I will put this right up here on top of the Oracle cards. Hi, Christina. Hi. Hi, hi. Um, hi, Gary. Oh, you're welcome. I'm trying. So the theory about doing paint and sips and craft, we'll talk about this black cat in the eye that I caught a little while in a little bit. Um, I made some cute creations. If you were not here last night, I decided We Not Me wasn't having a show, and I promised a paint and sip and a craft and sip. So here it was yesterday live. Um, I'm glad that everybody had fun last night. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ash Maya. Hi. Um, so yeah, yesterday was really fun. That was like out of left field, spontaneous, just went with the flow of just creating and making fun shit. I'm still looking for cardstock to make some claws, but this is all filled with feathers. A little better on you could see some stuff. I'm still looking for my buttons, by the way. Um, hi, Alpha and Omega. So yeah, yesterday was the craft and sip. So cute little. I have all these balls that have gems inside. This has a Christmas tree and some silver cool stuff, floral arrangement stuff that I used. I'm using my canvas easel as a holder for those. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. Um, woke up not feeling too hot, so I kind of rested a little bit today. And then I noticed Odin cat is not feeling 100%. I don't know what's wrong. He's eating, he's drinking, he's going to the bathroom, I think. Um, I'm monitoring him. I might have to bring him to the vet on Monday. Um, if he doesn't feel better, usually give cats if they're still eating and drinking a couple of days. Like Morgan took me a few days to take her to the vet and then find out she had kidney failure. Yeah, that was fun. So I'm watching him. He's concerning me. He's just laying around, not being him. Usually he hangs out, he sleeps with him, like him with Freya. He sleeps with me and he's been hiding. So something's up. I just don't know what. And I just don't have all this money to pull out of my pocket to go, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the vet and that's gonna be like a $1,400 bill. Um, Morgan Cat was about 2,500, and Ethan Cat, when he had his grand mal seizure, stroke, brain tumor, and all that other nonsense, that was like 2,000. And that was like a day. He went in the morning and I had to put him to sleep. So that kind of sucked. Um, so I right now I'm just at that point financially where I have to just I'm gonna go to the hopefully I go to the bank. If he's still not himself, I'll go to the vet and then I'm gonna have to go take a trip to the bank and get a loan of some sort. Because I don't think I can afford whatever bill he's gonna bring. But he's my baby. I have to take care of him. Hi, Bob. How are you guys? So, just for prosperity purposes only. Um, so yesterday, I like to I don't have all this like fanciful hey Alcindra. I used to be like a Photoshop person because I actually worked on the very first Photoshop that came out all the way back in the day when I was in college. That's when like Final Cut Pro and Adobe Photoshop was in its infancy. And going to art school, you get to tackle these things, but I suck at making putting things together to make a little thumbnail. So I just take pictures, right? I like to be authentic. Not to say that I don't want beautiful things for my channel, but do I really need it? I don't know. So yesterday, there's a cat I painted right there. See, it's solid black with white whiskers, and I put some snowflakes, and there's a tree and some cute stuff inside, right? And I lay three of them out on the chair to take a picture of them. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. Oh, yes, you totally can. Who sees an eyeball? A cat eyeball, by the way. I'm trying to not get all the who sees the eyeball there? Now, I don't know if that's Ethan cat because Ethan cat's eye looked super similar to that. But that freaked me out a little bit in a good way, but I don't get freaked out to be scared. I'm like excited, but I don't know what eye that was. And I know yesterday, um, a lot of the people that were watching me doing the crafts, let's see if this will pan out this stupid computer. I can't zoom. Hang on. Chicken, 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 chicken. So a lot of people were seeing as I was doing, sometimes it turns, it follows, you want to follow? There's like a guy in Dylan Lewis Monroe's, I have the deity chart right there. And people, our lovely friends in the chat were like, well, there's a guy in there. Oh, there it is. There's a guy in there in the desk, and his name is James. And it was pretty, it's fantastical. So I don't know if that's his eyeball in the picture. I don't think so. Um, I did lose Morgan and Ethan. Ethan will be 2 years June, and Morgan just passed a few days after her birthday and my birthday. We had the same birthday. Odin, I think his birthday's in January. I have to check his stuff. Or Freya, one or the other. Um, um, you see, when it comes to Pinterest, I don't like making accounts on that stuff because then I get sucked in and absorbed because I love a lot of my teachers use Pinterest for like decorating and all kinds of stuff. Um, okay. So t-shirt stuff, I used to make my own silk screens and do the work myself. Um, I don't know the programs that well. Hi, Dee. What's up? Um, I learned like okay, so my degree, my bachelor's degree is from the School of Visual Arts. The degree is above my kindergarten shadow picture right there. So my degree is up there. It's in fine arts. In fine arts, it's literally painting and sculpture I got my degree in. That's what I got my degree in. Drawing is also entailed in that. It's drawing, painting, sculpture. That's the Composium of Fine Arts. But I learned on archaic things. I graduated in 2005 and I started as my freshman year in 2001. And I experienced 9/11. My freshman year of college was 9/11. So things have escalated from that point on in technology like really quick. I learned how to carve stone with machines. I learned how to weld, build walls, and that's why I'm very handy. But when it comes to using like today's technology, like I'm like an old person. It's like, Um, I really want to use a 3D laser because I like woodworking, but because of my arthritis, and I get a lot of spasming when I like like literally chucking out wood, um, I would love a laser. I'm so grateful you're here today. I actually, so my junior year in college, I chose to take sculpture as not my major, but we had to pick a studio, and the studio space and the hours fit me better in the sculpture studio than it did in the painting studio. And there was less students in the sculpture studio and therefore in the painting studio. Painting studio, the building itself was also a residence to a lot of the professors. So the building was open 24/7, which made them make you stay there. My building shut down because it was a part of another residential commercial building. So it did shut down. So therefore, I didn't have to stay overnight to do my work. I had to leave at a certain time, which worked out for my benefit. So I had a bigger space. I shared my studio with my friend. I don't talk to her anymore, but we had a really fun time in that sculpture studio. And right across the street was 1-7 Karaoke that Bill Murray did karaoke, and it was a Japanese karaoke bar. Used to get sloshed all the time. We snuck out and came back drunk as skunks. That's what you do in art school. Oh, you see, the thing is, I don't have a mortgage. It's a property tax thing, and I'm not really worried about the property tax right now. I don't own a mortgage because I paid for my house. I took what I earned in New York and I just bought a house. So I didn't have that headache. Um, what is getting me is the inflation on the water, the garbage disposal people, just my normal maintenance bills are extravagantly high. Like my gas and my electric went up times 4, and I'm only here, January 1st will be 2 years. So I've only been in this house January 1st, 2 years, and my bills already escalated times 3, 4, and 5, depending on what the bill is. There's a advantage and disadvantage with the mortgage, but here's the thing. Because of my circumstances in New York with my credit, I had to live off credit cards for 2 years after I lost my job. And when I was putting my house up for sale, it didn't sell right away. It took a while. So I was living off of credit cards. So my credit is shit. And that's really, I have to figure that out as well. It's just, you know, trying to restart my life at the midpoint at 41 sucks. And I'm not married. I don't have anybody here and I don't, let's just say, I don't trust anybody to just be living in my house as a roommate or something. I don't have, like a separate entrance or uh, a situation like that. Hi, deplorable. What's up? Um, I actually got this house with what happened with JQ and Dina almost 3 years ago. No, it was 2 years ago when said sister was having fun with Jason, and Jason kind of went ex-nay for a little bit. He went MIA, and I was gonna put these guys up in my house if they didn't get back into Jason's. So, I was being the friend. Guess what? I'm first to admit I am dyslexic. I have projection with word problems. If we watch a Waspy, it's a shit show and a half. So it's okay if you mistype. I do it all the time. All the time. And I think we need to have more compassion for people like us that, have fat finger syndrome or just think faster than you type. It happens to me all the time. You're allowed. I say it. It's okay. Um, so wild, wicked shit has been going on. I have to figure out Odin's situation. I don't know. I'm trying to tap into him, but he's being a little stubborn. I also got him in August, so he's still like new to me. So I don't know if this is him just depressed or if he ate something and I have to get him surgery. I don't know. Upstairs is shielding me and not letting me, but we'll figure it out. Getting back to upstairs. And I touched a little bit on this yesterday, but on the day before Christmas, the 23rd. Okay. So my adoptive mom passed away 12/23/17. Do the math on the numbers and the meanings to that. Um, yeah, I noticed that, Ashmaya. So when my mom died, I inherited her debt only because I was on all of her stuff. It was just me and her. And I was on a lot of her cards. And her cards actually saved me because her life insurance didn't give me money and she didn't have a big plan. It wasn't that much. But whatever it was paid for the funeral. But I had to put out the money for the funeral. I had to use one of her credit cards for it. Okay, and yes, my parents were Jewish. I'm the test, guys. I am the test to show you that something good could come out of them. For those of you who have the hatred or the blame shame finger, not all are bad. I can tell you and contest that my family are very loving. Don't follow any of that nonsense. And my two of my favorite cousins are Trump supporters and live in AOC's district. They can't afford that shit. Um, so I was able to pay off one credit card that had the largest debt, and now it's working down three. I'm not one to, I want to consolidate, but at the same time, it's like I need something in an emergency. It's not like I have parents on tap to go, hey, I need to borrow money, or I kind of pawned everything too in New York. My gold. They didn't want my silver. I still have that, but at any rate, most places are not acknowledging silver right now. Um, so I am not somebody that chases that freaking carrot on a stick anymore. I used to be like everybody else. And I kind of stopped upstairs, put a kaputs to that because the larger picture, I'm seeing it. I'm cool with the whole system being flipped on its last. I'm okay with that. But when it happens, I don't know, and no one else does either. If I would have waited for Nasera Jacera, like everybody was telling me to when I lived in New York, I would have been fucking homeless. I would have been homeless on my ass if I didn't get the inspiration of, all right, I'm going to manifest this move. It has to happen. I don't know where I'm going. I have nobody nowhere to go. And I basically just landed here. But who would have thought that inflation would have followed me here? And Indiana is not the richest state. It's pretty shitty economically. The pay, like I talked to my neighbor this morning, he's like 90. The pay here isn't equivalent to many other places. Like a retail job in New York is paying 16, 17, $18 an hour just to start. I'm making $15 an hour changing children and getting bit and hit. And I'm fine with that because they're autistic, but my gosh. Oh, my higher self was like, Stargate, got to get away from that. Close it and got to go. I know a lot of us are light beings. I hope a lot of you in the chat are starting to acknowledge what you are. I'm going to get into that in a little bit. Hi, Amy. Auntie Amy is in the house. My greater angels are working through me. And I signed a very heavy contract with Source It's ironclad. Oh, I am the star. Oh, I could tell you right now, Christina, like everybody was seeing a lot of shit behind me yesterday. As I was crafting. I was crafting and everybody was, that's why I love doing lives because people are pointing a lot of good stuff out. Um, I did Sage, but that guy could stay if he wants. I didn't move him on. Um, Amy is my best friend. She is my little Thor's auntie, and she's also auntie to Freya and Odin. Um, You see, Miss Allison was like, okay, how can I get more people on my channel? Because this channel's 3 years old. So I started filming little Thor every morning when he came to eat. And that's how I met Amy. Go figure. So my mom passed away 7 years ago on 12/23, 17. And I'm sitting in contemplation and introspection because I kept seeing replaying in my mind her death, and I'm healed from it. I'm fine, but there were specific things that I experienced that day that forever changed my life. Like I felt 45 minutes before she was going to pass, I got zapped with a ton of electrical energy. I couldn't pinpoint where that was, how that was, what was it? I don't know. um when my mother was in her deaths, preparing for her transcension, the emergency room. So my mom didn't want to go to the hospital that my father died in. That was Staten Island Hospital. My father died in. My mom went to, we call it Rumsey, and that's in the ghetto. And that night was the night before Christmas Eve. It was crazy, crazy busy. And 45 minutes before, I got zapped with electric, and I just then started to see a lot of shadow figures moving around the hospital's emergency room. It was absolutely not pleasant. I tried every which way to get my mother up into a room upstairs. At least if she's going to die, do it in peace and not in an emergency room, but whatever, she passed in the emergency room. And I kept getting shown this as I'm now sitting and introspecting back on my mom. um that night I then had a vision. I became a ball of light. The 3D version of wings started coming out of me. Now, mind you, angels don't have wings. Archangels don't have wings. It's just our minds giving us something to comprehend. That's our imagery, and they're going to use it for us to know what's here. But they're all pure light. And Hallel starts coming through me. And then all of a sudden, another beam of light starts forming in my essence. So I'm this big ball of light, but like one's a little heavier than the other. And this side starts forming, and it keeps expanding and getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And then the name Gabrielle came to me. I've asked the medium, okay, so hello works through me. But there's other ones that work with me, but they're working on me. They work through me, but like which is incarnate in me, which is in me? Gabriel. I got my answer. It was freaky. And then to validate that, One of my friends, my lady Katie Bug in New York, um, she always sends me amazing Christmas. Me and her were paraprofessionals together. Um, she sent me these for Christmas. Now I gotta find the card because I want to show you guys. I'm gonna pull these later. But there it is. Gabrielle, divine emergence. It's time to be seen. Don't be afraid of your power and gifts. This is the card's meaning. Oh, wow, deplorable. Um, my father died in August of 05, like right after I graduated college. He got to see me graduate, and then he had scleroderma. If anybody knows what scleroderma is. Aw, my parents is April 15th, 1973. Both my parents were born in 46. My father had scleroderma. That's a very rare disease. Rare for men, mind you. So he died at 58. The night before he died, my mom kind of sheltered me from I was working, I was in just got out of college, and now I'm working and getting ready to go to my master's program, which I never got to do. Go into the ICU, and he was induced into a coma because he was on a respirator. They had to do something with his heart and a few other things, minor procedures, but he was in a coma. He was asleep. Held his hand, and I said, Dad, it's time to go home. Don't think he didn't. He's here with me now because he's going to make me cry. Don't think he wasn't there. His eyes opened up and he started crying. How do you do that when you're on a respirator and you're on so much cocktail of meds, you're asleep? Oh, he woke up because he knew it was the last time he was going to see us. And he cried. He held my hand. And that's how I know he comes to me. He's here. Stop it, Dad. Um, he's laughing at me. That's the last thing I did with both my parents was hold their hands. But my dad was a different feeling than my mom. Guess what? They're not dead. Their energy lives. Um, it's I know it's a loss in terms of like physicality. I just saw that. Um, it's physicality. Like I miss talking to my parents, like talking to them. I used to call my mom every day when I got out of school just to say hi. Is everything okay? I was my mother's home caretaker. I bathed. I was like I took over my dad's role. I took care of my mom for for a long time. I took care of my dad too when I was in college. And that's why I didn't go away to somewhere less expensive. But I took care of both my parents for a long time. Um, especially my mom. But they're not they transcended. They're fractals of all things. So your parents, yes, physically they're not here, but don't ever say lost. You didn't lose them. And you're up with them in spirit right now in one of your fractals having fun with them. That's all it is. You're just transcending energy and you're on the other side already. You're with them. You can't lose them. There's no loss. Don't Reword that. No loss. You lost the shell. You didn't lose them. The process of, because we've been programmed to think of death, and this is what's holding so many people back, is that the attachment to 3D. We're attached to 3D. We're attached to material things. And that includes people because we're material. We have emotions we feel. No other density feels to the extremes that we do, believe it or not. That's right. Death is a portal. And it's death of the physical shell. It's the body, the materiality of you is you're a soul. You're just having some fun in this body. I urge everybody to continue to find it on Netflix, Altered Carbon. It is not kid friendly. I can only watch a few episodes when the girls are sleeping if I go to Viking's house, and I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. But I watched it the other day when the girls were with baby mama, and it explained some crazy shit, and I just didn't want to have a battle of wits with Viking. But it's worth watching. My mother's sister, um, would be my aunt, but I kind of denounced my uncle and my aunt, my mother's brother and sister. I don't talk to them. I don't want nothing to do with them. They're just horrible people. Love them. I do. I love them. They had to have and do what they needed to do in this experience, but I don't need to be a part of it. So you're over there, I'm over here. Happy life, happy life. Um, Dana, hi, chica. So I decided when I was talking to my aunt to prove to her that I'm not fucking witchy or crazy. And I said, ask your sister to send you a sign that she's around. Well, my aunt she lived in Arizona. She flew out to New York to get hip replacement surgery at a special hospital there. And I said, ask your sister for a sign. She'll show you. She's around. 5 signs, all saying Renee, which was my mother's name, Renee, all over the place. And she goes, oh, your mom's with me. I told you so. You just got to see it, believe it, and it'll show up for you. Yeah, I love my aunt. I look, my family is, I have family, but I don't talk to them, and I kind of just, they're over there. And that's just about all of them. Besides my 2 second cousins, that both of them are so sick, old and sick, and they're hilarious. I love them, but they're in the Bronx, and there's nothing I really can do for them besides call and hang out on the phone. But yeah, getting back to Gabrielle. So when I got this image of, so if we look at Hillel in a higher density, Hillel is Lucifer in 3rd density terms. That's what people have deemed him as. He is just on the God's divine stage playing a role of adversary to teach us polarity and separation. He's a big test. Now that he's ascended into a higher frequency and higher density, he channels through me as the shadow aspect of Yeshua as the archangel. He's the masculine, even though he's androgynous where he is right now. He holds no gender, but he comes in through me as masculine. Gabrielle comes through me now as feminine. And they're working in, they're incarnate within my soul. She is Gabrielle, sometimes Gabrielle. Strength of God is the angel who appeared to Mother Mary and announced the coming birth of Jesus Christ. Or Yeshua, because I don't do Jesus. When she revealed herself, her message was clear. Do not be afraid, for I am an angel of God. In those times, spiritual gifts and encounters were reserved mainly for men in positions of high power. Gabrielle was reassuring Mary. She is an angel of ultimate girl power and one who helps us trust in our gifts. The divine counterpart of hope. She is considered to be the angel of mothers and good news because of her connection with Mary. You were born to own your power. Don't be afraid. Any resistance is really just an opportunity to demonstrate how ready you are for the next phase of your life. So this is the archangel encompassing me that was hidden from me. I only know one aspect of it. Now I have two. So as why I always do my makeup dark to light, black and white. It's really interesting when we look at a family dynamic because the dynamics doesn't really change when you're up there either, right? You all chose your family. So I chose my birth mother and father to birth me into this world because of their DNA structure. It's what I needed for this 3D experience. I needed certain bloodlines. Bloodlines don't effing matter when you're up above 5. They don't matter. So when people are obsessed with bloodlines and who's what, most of us are from Yeshua anyway. Yeshua had children. We're of that seed. A lot of us are. Not everybody, but a lot of us. And that doesn't make you holy or not. It's just what is in your DNA. That doesn't necessarily make any or break anything, right? We all chose our parents. So I chose my birth mother, birth father to seed me. I chose my adoptive parents to adopt me because they brought the property where the Stargate portal, energy, ley line, whatever you want to see to make that, that's where it was. That's where 211 comes from on the end of my name. Never understood why I was obsessed with the number 211 besides doing the angel number. The plot of my old house was 211, and everything that coincided in my life had significance, had 211 attached to it somehow. Not anymore. I mean, we chose our family for experiences, for teaching, learning. When we take those feelings that we have, right? Like as much as my aunt really hurt me, I had to learn that she did it for an experience that I needed to learn from. Like she promised my mother that she would look after me. That was my godmother. And she failed to help me. She sold her house in Arizona for almost $1 million. And she couldn't help her niece, that's my godmother, when I was not eating, and all I was asking for was like an Amazon food delivery. Like usually figure, I'm an Aries, I'm stubborn and I'm independent and I can figure this out on my own. I did, I sold my house, but I didn't have anybody in my family help me. One of my like relatives, like removed relative, but she's still a relative. She's a real estate agent. She never, hey, I know people down there that can help you. Nothing. All for experience. All the things my parents ever did for me was for experience I needed to learn from. So when you take the emotions out of those relationships and you just purely look at them subjectively and objectively and go, oh, okay, what did I learn from that? And it could be heinous shit too. This is the healing process we all have to go through because we're detaching things that no longer serve us. If these people are not in your life, they serve their purpose and now they're over there. I love them. They're still my family. I chose them. They chose me, but they're over there. And if and when they find it in their hearts to want to come back, the door is open. I just have my boundaries up and I know where to leave those boundaries in. Everything, every experience you ever will have and have had is all for experience. It's the teaching, learning. That's why the law of one is very important in reading it, because it breaks it down in a way that you start seeing you don't need to pour your emotional essence into shit because you're not getting the learning teaching from the experience. Both my parents were hard asses on me, but it made me the strong human being I am today. I don't agree with their parenting practices, never have, but they, in turn, because of them not being religious, I was never forced to go to temple. I was never forced to be brought up into Judaism. They let me do me, and that's all I wanted. My soul wanted and needed that. That's why I chose them, not only for the Stargate, but because they let me be. Hi, Mickey. Oh, there's never anybody late. So just take your family, your circumstances, and any of the, people in your life as experience and learning. What are they teaching you? What is the mirror reflecting back at you that you might need to heal from? And as I'm talking about this, I know a lot of you are talking about it in chat. The Schumann resonance today is starting up its bullshit again. We're in purge. There's white, but there's all, it's the white's a little staticky and there's a lot of red. That's purge. So we're purging a lot of energy right now. And Mickey, that's actually what Bashar talks about a lot. And I like it. It's, we are being shown what we don't prefer in life. You need contrast. This is the contrast in this world that we need. If you are always getting what you want, you're not going to know what you don't want. Right? We live these lives in a veil of forgetting. We had the veil drop. We don't know shit. We can't remember shit. We made a contract with a bunch of people. We have the soul tribe we made contracts with. We all have a purpose and a mission, and we kind of hire each other out to say, hey, I need you to wake me up to that. All right, boom. I need you over here, and I need that experience. I need that catalyst for this, right? That bad relationship you had was you contracted it. Like I asked my ex 13 years ago, I asked him to hurt me and rip my heart out of my chest. I didn't know at the moment it hurt, it sucked, but it served a humongous pivotal point in my journey. And I can only look in this space-time, the linear concept back to go, he put me on my path. I didn't know it. Hi, Sparky. And we would only ask ourselves, why would we choose abuse? Right? Like a lot of people can't get over, like, why did I get molested? Why did I get abused? Why was I hit? Why was I verbally abused, sexually abused, and things of that nature? There's something, and that's personal for you to find out, but that trauma is the very trauma that is needed for your soul to overcome. However, you're going to deal with that. It's learning how to depersonalize that experience because it's not you. You experienced it, it affected you. What did you learn? What were the takeaways? How did it build your character and your personality? And let it go and detach. Cut the entanglement to that experience. You signed up for it. Like a lot of people don't know why they get abducted. You signed up for it. You just don't remember. There's certain, and we live in duality. You have to have bad shit happen to you in order for you to know how strong you are as a soul. If I didn't go through my shit, I wouldn't be here. We really shouldn't take things personally, especially in the now when we have higher consciousness at its grasp. A few years ago, most of us took things personally. We didn't know any better. Hi, Ark. What's up? Yeah, I'll be on. I'm here. But that's a hard component of the healing. Going into your shadow, looking at the darker aspect of you. Like, why do you operate the way you do? What made you who you are today? What adversity did you have to overcome? And we all choose a theme to come and experience. Some of us been married a million times. Some of us, like myself, haven't found anybody that actually said, I love you and meant it. That's the theme I'm exploring in this lifetime that I have to heal. I'm okay by myself. I'm fine. And I don't need anybody to in a romantic sense tell me I love you. If they don't mean it, I go by. Um the going in deep and clearing this attachment to your feelings with certain things, themes, is what is being asked of us to explore because that's the old self. That's our 3D self. That's the 3D limited, separated version of you, right? Now that you got into your higher consciousness, this old self needs to go over there. It no longer serves you a purpose. That's the healing we're being asked to do. We always have to ask ourselves what created these people to do what they did. whether it be the abuser, whether it be the person sacrificing, the person doing harm on others. What is the end goal for them besides power over others? How damaged are these people? If you look at all the negativity in the world and we start pointing fingers and shame and blame at why did people do what they do, ask yourselves, well, what's wrong with them? Why did they choose this experience to God play itself out through them? This is where our compassion comes in and the grace. And that's a hard step to take because you don't want to give that to people who harm others, including children. Charlene, there is a tactical science. Right, we all are damaged to a certain extent. I'm the devil in so many other people's stories, but they contracted me to be that person. I showed up for that role. That's what I played, just like Lucifer, right? He works through me. He I wouldn't let such a being through. I mean, I have an army upstairs. I have a lot of guides and beings and ethereals and fairies and this and that. I love them. They all work either together or they work solo. I have a lot of solo guides that don't like to intermix with my other guides. Um, at all. I love you, Dina. I need, do I have a wiener emoji? We could do a bunch of these. Hang on. We have to go to the fruits and veggie section here. Um, Gotta have some humor. It's definitely a must. Um, we made this story. You chose your theme. And we all chose different themes to experience and to express and play out. Um, Ash Maya, if because you are a member, if you click the emoji tab, you get special emojis. I have to learn how to make my own. So for all of those who are so the craft that I did yesterday, I had a cat show up, a cat eye show up. This is the kitty cat. There's no eye. There's no eye. I didn't paint an eye. It's just a cat. And a cat eye showed up. So spirit is here. I'm trying to find a beautiful, oh, here it is. I posted this on TikTok. You are a character being played by God. And it probably mirrors, so you can't read it unless you have awesome background that you can. You are a character being played by God. You chose a theme to explore in this life. The bigger mission is that we all chose to be here to transmute and alchemize the negative energy to the light. That's what we chose. And yesterday, reading the Awaspy book, this was a doggy with my big ass foot that made his way into my backyard and thankfully is reunited with his owners. He was really cute, but really annoying. He's just a puppy. Oh, this is a good one. Enlightenment is not the byproduct of avoiding the darkness in favor of the light. It is the byproduct of taking the light of consciousness and diving in the darkness with it. To make darkness conscious is to turn the shadow into light. Chicken drop, chicken drop, chicken drop. Have fun, Mickey. You guys are hilarious. So once you can integrate and come into the awareness that God is using your body and playing a role through it, right? Once you can integrate the information that God's in all things, integrate it. Once you understand that we gave stories in a theme, this is the stage God's playing on, that's everybody playing a role. Everybody chose a theme. Everybody chose things to heal and have karma and clear all of this nonsense. Your old self is now leaving. Your higher self jumped in already, and it's now merging with your ego, and it's now the purging of what's left of your old self, healing, confronting the things that hurt you, the things that are limiting you, the things that are keeping you and holding you back, the things that put you in fear, like death. All these things are going to be purged out of you. Your higher self will take over the ego. That's where ego death comes in. That's that term I use. And we're going to walk into the new paradigm with our higher selves. We're merging a lot of our other selves in this vehicle. my aunt Bobby, my favorite aunt, the one I actually talked to, that's my biological aunt. She's like, Allie, go to the store and go play the lotto. And I didn't get out today. um, so interestingly enough, I heard Bashar talk about the lottery, and my perception of it is, one, you're contracted yourself to win it. So it's not just false hope and false light. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just give the state my money. You have to put yourself. So I'm gonna give you guys some tools to use. If you are gonna play the lottery in the future or now, I'm gonna give you a tool to use. I'm not saying you're gonna win. Most people contracted their win. So you have to get to the state of like ecstasy and hold that frequency when choosing your numbers and when putting it on paper to delivering it to the cashier to put into the machine. You have to be in such an elated, vibratory state of like, it's not just thinking it, it's feeling it. It's like the Peter Pan syndrome I talk about, putting the fairy dust on and like I have to fly, but Robin Williams falls all the time because he wasn't holding his happy thought. Take this times 10 to the next level. If you want to win the lottery, you have to put it in your mind bandwidth that everything is going to align, the numbers are going to align. You see the numbers popping up in the little ball thingy. And that you're at your highest excitement and stay that course. And that's not easy for people. That is true. I don't play in college. Um I would once a month go get my favorite scratch off was bingo. I don't think they make this card anymore. And I've won a lot of money off of that bingo card. Um, I won $500. And what do you think I did with that $500? Go to the art store and buy myself supplies. Money is just an exchange of energy. I'm not a money fan either. Not at all. Um, I've always, how do I word this without making it seem lack? I've always been in a state where the challenge in this, one of the other themes I'm exploring is survival mode. How the hell to get out of survival mode? I've been in survival mode since I was a little kid, different ways, but I have never held a job that actually paid enough. I always had jobs I loved to do, but never paid enough. Um, so I used to be a lifeguard for the YMCA for like 18. I was a lifeguard for almost 20 years. I did outdoor pools over the summer. That was like my summer job paid for the nuanced things I wanted to do. And I started that at 14. And then when my dad died, and grad school was not in my picture anymore because my mom needed, and I got sick at the same time. I got a job at the YMCA as a lifeguard and then got full time and then got health insurance because holistic stuff at that time wasn't working for me. And all has its purpose. But I lived on that, and that did not pay me well at all. But I loved my job. I get to hang out with the old, cranky old people at 4 in the morning who were hilarious. And I love them. And I got to teach aqua aerobics and aqua Zumba for a couple of years. I loved it. I love teaching the babies how to swim. I love swimming. I love swimming. So I loved my job. Did it pay well? No, but I loved what I did. And then I became a paraprofessional. I also used to tattoo. I I was a Zumba instructor for 10 years until I couldn't afford the licensing anymore. Like, I did a whole lot of things in my life, just nothing that paid properly. um, yeah, that's true, Charlene. Um, the thing that comes to mind, like if I ever got a chance to talk to the school board here, my town's very corrupt. I think a lot of Indiana is also run by the mob. My town is definitely run by the mob. Um, Bye, Dee. Thank you for joining. Um, it's like, where does this money go? Like New York, Buckshot was talking about like all the traffic and speed cameras everywhere. When I left, I don't know, Staten Island's small, but it has a lot of traffic lights and a lot of cameras everywhere. It's like a police state. Where is that money going? The Verrazano Bridge has one of the highest tolls in the nation. Staten Island is an island. You can only go off of it if you go over a bridge. Do you know how much money it already was paid off? Like no one should be paying a toll for that bridge. But yet, where's that money going? Billions of dollars. Where's it going? Oh, it maintains our roads. Okay, no, it does not. Have you driven on Staten Island or the city for that matter? Potholes everywhere. Same thing. You could say the same thing about your state. Like there's a lot of roads, the toll road up on 80. I want to say maybe 90. $40 to get across to go to Illinois. What the fuck is that? And China owns it, by the way. Let's just say I applied for scholarships. My degree, one of the reasons why I'm glad I didn't get a master's degree at the time, and a master's in art is not indoctrinating any kids. I promise you that. It's just learning more technique and getting your name out there. You're really just buying the degree. If you have the talent, you have the talent. You don't need a degree for it. But I actually did get a lot out of college. Believe it or not, I read The Law of One in college. I read Ashiana Dean's work in college. I've read existential philosophy, taken metaphysics in college. So college really, in the one of the most liberal art schools ever, I got an amazing education. I read Coup d'etat in college. So college opened me up to where I am now with the books. It just expanded me. I was looking to move to Pennsylvania before I came out to Indiana. Um, a lot of people live in the Poconos. I went out there and not my I didn't feel it. Um, I actually really enjoy Philly, but just for a visit, not to live. Um, I've been out into the sticks for like shows and stuff and like tattoo conventions, Allentown, Lancaster County. Yeah, I wasn't feeling the energy. Ohio is even worse than Pennsylvania, believe it or not. Um, I I did that trip twice. No, three times actually. I went from New York to Indiana three times. Ohio has really bad. I don't know what it is. I did US 30 and 80. Woo, nope, don't like Ohio. Do not like Ohio. Pennsylvania, I could do certain parts energetically, but most of it no, and New Jersey no. And I love New Jersey, not just certain spots. This is what I'm hoping comes when Trump is in office. Like I'm about learning. I love learning. I just need a higher degree to get more money in my field. If that makes me become a teacher, great. That's another patriot in the system that can help change things. Like I would love to be an advocate for paraprofessionals because what I do is not an easy job. It is very difficult. It's high risk on the job, high hazard risk. No, I'm not on a bridge. I'm not welding, but I'm being hit, bit, kicked, scratched, and I gotta live. I mean, and these kids are just turning 3, and they're vicious. It's like a gremlin, but they're still veiled, but they're not veiled, and I can tap into their energy field using my electromagnetic field, right? We all have a field of energy that we are magnetic. We do conduct electricity. I showed you with my, if it's this one that turns on, yes. I mean, we conduct electricity. We have plasma. I mean, that's why these are so cool, right? Um, my field of energy is expansive. Yeah, 6 feet. Mine goes way beyond that 6 feet. My light emanates more than that. And a lot of you do too. It's not just, like I said, I'm not special on here. When I say that Archangel Gabrielle is working through me, and it's not, she's not, that's a fractal of her that's incarnate in me. She's incarnate in many other people. Pie chart. But our fields are affecting other people unbeknownst to them. And for the kids, that's where my mission is. I'm holding frequency for the kids. So when the veil of their telepathy collapses, they'll be able to talk to me without having a blockage. It's unblocking them so that they can communicate to me their needs. What do you need right now? And a lot of them are just still trying to figure out how to function in this world. Yes. Yes. Oh, Scott, thank you. Well, Roger, you're getting cute emojis. Thank you so much. I'm just going down my emoji line. That's for use, Mr. Roger. But your field of energy affects other people. That's why we got to purge this negativity out of us. We have to stop shaming, blaming, and being negative all the time. We need the exposure to what happened. It happened for a reason. Reason is to wake us up. Now that we see all the intricacies, this is why Jason's so important. The intricacies of the lines of cross communication and all that stuff is very important for us to go, okay, so this is how it happened. This is now what I don't prefer. And we're going to merge into what we do prefer. We have to know how it got fucked up in the first place so we don't repeat that. My emojis didn't show up. That makes me sad. Let's see if that works. Oh, there it goes. You know, that uh you guys can go eat. I'll be on. I'm not going anywhere. I have my coffee still going. But thank you. Um, this is why we are carrying this heavy burden and load. Those of us who volunteered to come is because we also have to play out our 3D theme and the stage that we contracted ourselves to play on, but we have to transmute the wrongs into the positives, and we have to take the experience and go, okay, what do we prefer over what we don't prefer, and how do we make a new world out of what we prefer? If you don't know what you prefer, you're being shown right now what you don't prefer. We need to have the contrast, right? If I just made this whole entire canvas white and didn't add in darkness, you wouldn't have contrast. Things wouldn't pop out at you. Like you would not know a gnome is there. I put black there so it pops out, right? So you need contrast. That's what we signed up for. We need to see, we have to have black and white. We're emerging now in a time where we're not going to need the darkness anymore to know what we prefer. This is where our consciousnesses are rising up, is to get us higher than where we are right now. Many of us are sitting here in the higher chakra system, and we still have the wave going up and down because nothing is flatline just yet. So we're experiencing the bumps in the road. We're going up, we're going down. We're having good moments, we're having bad moments. It's still going to exist. You're still a 3D material being. It's coming into that one minute and knowing that all is source, feeling it, walking it, experiencing it, and walking like Yeshua. I can make this a bed. I can make this a bed. I choose not to, though. As uncomfy or as comfy it is. But thank you all for joining. Um, I see people, I don't know, I'm like lagged a little bit. So I have like my YouTube behind my Zoom. So I see like 2019 people, it like keeps shifting. But for those of you who are channel members, you have a free entry to win this beautiful pyramid. And if you're interested, it's $5 US. And the drawing will be held January 3rd during one of my Friday Night Lives. And then whoever wins, I will get your contact information and this will be shipped out to you. um, so I equate my light as a GPS signal. If you look like at Google Maps, right? Like the lighthouse that you are, you're traveling in the car and everything around you is being affected by your consciousness, your energy. I think about my area where I am and all the people that are here when I'm out, they get touched by my frequency and my electromagnetic field. Somewhere within their subconscious, it's getting tapped into my light. It is also a protection. I know when I lived in New York and I put binaural beats on in my classroom, the amount of electromagnetic disturbances in the field were off the charts. I worked on 17th Street and 6th Avenue. Bunkers. The energy there were bunkers. I would come home exhausted, not because I was running on my feet all day, because of how much energy I expended protecting. Oh, you're welcome. I have I've been experimenting with that's gonna fall. We don't need that. With different types of pyramids. So this is like more of a protective one. And I have bigger gems in here amongst smaller gems. So I have like copper, jasper. I'm getting a lot of spam calls from New York. So I'm doing a lot of these where you can see more into the pyramid. That's a big selenite stick. A lot of different elements in there. And this is on the smaller side. Compared to this big baby, like this is all gem. This is literally all gem with copper. This has to be at least 4 pounds. This is heavy. And don't think I didn't forget the measurements, Bob. I have to get a tape measure. I don't know where mine escaped to. Yeah, I had so on my literally I have a Mac, so my motherboard is like right here. I have shungite pyramids. I have a little shungite pyramid on top of it too. Um, I have a ring holder on top. My garden is over my electric lines. So I throw not only clear quartz and copper into my garden, I put shungite in it too. Yes. Um, the lar, the $150 pyramids, and I cap it there. I'm sure there's a little bit more in there for some of them. Those are over 5 pounds. Those are huge. Um, I have one at the end of the desk, but I don't want to break everything that's on back there. Um, the skulls I make are heavy too. They're not if I pack them with gems, this is a good you can hurt somebody really bad with this. Um, I like the skulls. The floral skulls aren't heavy at all. They're very, very light. This is probably a pound. That can wreck somebody. So where your energy goes is where the energy flows. The only exception is if it's in a contractual state, um, that you can't kind of mess around with. So that's like your relationships with other people and other selves. If you are meant to learn a lesson with somebody, it's going to have to be learned. There's no going around that. Just like the lottery. If you're meant to win that lottery, you're gonna win it. But you also have to put the energy work in to actualize it and bring it and manifest. So just putting that one out there. You guys are funny as hell. I'm just catching up on a little bit of the chat. Yeah, the interestingly enough, I'm still mulling through the law of one. Where I'm at right now. Oh, I do have cards. I had this I had to take all of this out. Oh, we're gonna do cards. Don't. We'll get there. Um, energy transference. When you're around people, be very mindful of the field of energy that you're emoting out. Your energy, especially in the sexual aspect, but not just sexual aspect, when you're in the heightened states of being, whether it's out of anger, someone's angry, frustrated, whether you're angry or frustrated, that field of energy is like whizzing around. Not only does it affect your animals, it affects everything around you. So be mindful. We're in that mastery zone where you got to tap in here and put your protection up around other people. Because your energy does transfer to others through touch and through your field. Why I can't listen to certain things anymore? Because that just brings in energy into my field I don't want. Because I am not manifesting for that side anymore. I'm manifesting for the light. Yes, I have an ability to read intentions of people, and a lot of people in the field are in the confusion state. It's not that they're bad people. They're just playing out a role. They're still not in the higher awareness of where they need to be yet. And that those states of being, I want to stay up here. I'm not going to allow somebody to dictate to me, like CNN syndrome, what they perceive is actual truth. Because there's a lot of things I say that a lot of you are not aligning with, and that's okay. You're not supposed to align with everything that I say. You're not all on the same ray of God that I came in on. Everybody has a different ray of energy that you came down on. That's why the Rainbow Masters, it's the Phoenix Journals. I do the reading on my channel. I have a whole tab for that. Each one of the ascended masters are a different ray, a different chakra. Ra talks about the ray energy centers too. It's just your chakras. They don't say chakras, it's just energy. We all came down on different colored rays, still source. But each of those rays are different things that people have, different qualities and aspects, different energies within them that make source up. So there, I'll give you the best example I can. Yes, Charlene, that's right. Dylan Lewis Monroe is from the Ashtar Collective of the Palladians. I don't align with them. I don't think they're bad. I think it's neutral. I'm not for the Palladian agenda. Even though I am a Palladian in one of my lives, concurrently happening right now, I don't agree with the agenda that's being narrated and programmed into people here. That's a part of the Ashtar Collective. That doesn't make Dylan bad. It's just not for me. I'm more of the Ascended Master, Rishi, Dahan Kohan, celestial essence than my starseed essence. My information is coming from my higher self, tethered to my oversoul, tethered to the Rishis, the Ascended Masters. Do I get Arcturian information? Absolutely. Do I get Planian information? Absolutely. But I'm channeling higher entities. And not to say those are not higher, they're just on a different wavelength than I'm at. So all of you are in the same boat as me. All of you guys are seeing and feeling and experiencing different things. That's why I always say, go into yourself to know if it's true for you. It doesn't mean it, if it's not for you, it doesn't mean it's not an essential part of your downloads or your uploads or your aha moment. Go, oh shit, that expanded my mind to think differently over here. Okay, cool. Hi, Mark. That's why I chose to go into divine neutrality. I see beyond good and evil. I acknowledge both of it exists. I'm just not choosing a side because the light is very much deceiving as much as the darkness is in this 3D expansive experience that we're having right now. Right? Yes, we're all in a different boat. The boat that we all need to eventually hop on is the boat of light. The true light, not the false light. Like I have a hard time with the white hats. I don't care how much of a fucking cog this bitchy shit show is. You're still lying to the people. Does that really protect me? No, it affects me in my 3D reality. Right? You increase the corporations' take power from my own tax dollars, right? My bills go up, but my pay doesn't. So now I'm back where I'm at. That's a white hat thing. If they're in control of it all, then they're to blame and they're deceiving us. The military, regardless of political affiliation, I don't care. They have a job. That's what they signed up to do. Like you sign a contract for a job, you do your job. They have a job to do. I don't care if they're good, evil, or indifferent. They never upheld the treason that happened ages ago. Ages ago. So whose side are they on? They tell you the Galactic Federation of whatever light or whatever is good, but they're part of the galactic slave trade, whether it's off planet, outside of the dome. I don't care whatever you want to perceive being real for you, go for it, right? The concept is still the same. They're the black market slave trade is still happening off planet. So they're taking people off to the other lands or off into outer space, wherever, or in the ground, interdimensionally. So that's the Galactic Federation for you. That's why I'm not in alignment with the Ashtar Collective, but there is good and bad components because we're perceiving it from a 3D level. When we ascend higher, the stakes and the matrix changes to match the frequency and the energy. We're not there yet. So I'm only perceiving things in a 3D bandwidth with higher consciousness. And I'm going to be honest with the stock tickets and all that stuff in my birth certificate. If I'm worth $2 million, that's great, but I'm never seeing that money. I'm not being unrealistic either in saying that. Give some of these people who live in squalor $2 million and see how fast that's gone. Some people will do the right thing with it, and other people will not. Uh, Unfortunately, and it's not the children's fault. Children are brought up in a very high materialistic world. I only know this because Vikings girls, it's just like when I was a kid and all the brands was the biggest thing. If you didn't wear a brand and you wore the Walmart brand or the Kmart brand, if you didn't have money, you're poor. And you got made fun of and bullied for it. Thankfully for me, I was gothic and no one wanted to mess with my ass. But kids are being programmed. You need the iPhone, you need this, you need that, you blah blah blah. And then the parents just own it. And it's not my I'm sorry, I don't care how much of a millennial they say I am a Gen X. I'm 83. I'm an old ancient soul. All of our souls are the same age. I just had in 3D human form, I've had more material physicality lives than most, living 28,628 lives. But I lived them in physicality. They're not necessarily human either. But I that's how many lives I was in form. That's tangibly touchable. And these kids don't know any better. This is today's technology. I mean, the articles that I've been reading today about the electromagnetic field is, and I'm going to do a quantum AI metaphysical pondering video very soon. Thankfully, my parents never gave in to the label thing, and I wasn't really a materialist anyway. When it came to labels and products and stuff, like whatever I was handed, I was grateful for. That was it. Um, it's I'm always saying this, like YOLO, we only live once, and money is not meant to be kept. It's an energy exchange, right? So you're exchanging energy to different things to I like to be content. I'm fed, I have shelter over my head, I have heat, I have electricity and internet, basic things. I don't need crazy. I used to be a gamer. I used to play World of Warcraft incessantly, obsessively. I loved World of Warcraft. And if I had the opportunity, I would be back on the game. I love that game. Love, 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 love that game. But it ate a lot of my time. And I wanted a gaming computer for like $8,000 a couple of years ago. That was a lot of money for a computer. And I'm like, I can't afford to build my own computer. What the hell am I talking about? There's no way. Like, my parents did not bring in cable TV until my dad was like, I have to have it now. Everybody at work is talking about it. But my parents, I still had, I moved when I was 39. I turned 40 when I was here. I had a 1989 tube television that I still watched that was in my kitchen. I still had tube televisions. My clothes up until like I gained a lot of weight when I got my thyroid went out of whack, and then I'm going through some changes. I gained from moving here, I was 97 pounds. I was emaciated. You can go back to my beginning videos. I look like death was at my door. I gained 50 pounds, which I'm tiny. I'm a small little thing. I had to get new clothes because I had to go to work, and holy crap, nothing fit. And then finally, I'm now going back down. That's also because of my financial situation. So I am not getting back to 97 pounds. I refuse to get there. Nope, that was a state I will never want to experience again. I was emaciated. Um, I like to do like mahjong, and I like to do games because it kind of stimulates my brain and it kind of puts me in a state of meditation. Um, where I'm zoning out, but my brain is still working. Um, I like I like puzzle games, but I used to love gaming because it was an escape for me. I was stressed out, and it brought me into a world I can be whatever I wanted to be. And I built a character, and she was sexy. She was a night elf. She was for the Alliance. And I'm only okay, so I have a slipped L5, a herniated 4, a bulge 3. I L2 is probably now bulged. I have a bone spurt between C6, 7 into my spinal cord. I have a herniated C5 and a bulging disc in C6. So I used to be 5'6". Yeah. So my it's hard to see, but it says 5'6". This is my learner's permit. Um, and this was back in 2000. And by 2015, I want to say, I went down to 5'4". And I'm probably a little smaller now than 5'4". So I shrunk like a damn grandma. Hi, Marcia. Welcome, welcome. So I have I have rheumatoid arthritis, but I also let me get this computer back where it's not like crazy. Chicken. I have thyroid problems. Um, so I have Hashimoto's. So I was on Synthroid. I stopped it. I couldn't afford it. And then I was doing my own supplements and stuff. And then I couldn't afford that. So I just let things go. And then when I moved here and I started eating healthy, something happened and I just started putting on a lot of weight, a water weight. And then, sorry guys, I'm just resetting my camera. And then eventually, the hormones in my, because I'm going through changes, wink, wink. Um, and yes, I am young for them. I gained a lot of weight. And now I'm losing the weight because I'm only eating once a actual meal a day. And that's because I just can't afford the food. Food prices are really high, and I also need to maintain what I have in my refrigerator, which is barely anything. But I try to eat at least twice a day. But I'm also not as hungry anymore because of the upgrading. I drink a lot of water during the day, but I also have coffee. Like I gotta go now that I have insurance, I just can't afford the co-payments. Um, Besides my arthritis, and I've had this since I was 21. I was bedbound for 2 years. I worked, but I had a lot of neck brace. I had back, neck, wrist, knee, especially knee, ankle braces. I'm the brace queen. Like Dina, if she ever needs anything, she calls me. Hey, do you have a wrist bracelet, a wrist brace I could borrow? Yeah, no, you can have that one. I don't need it. But I had an acorn stair lift in my house. I still have my walker. I had canes. I had a lot of problems when I was young. I stopped the biologic medication. I tried going holistic. That almost killed me too because I detoxed too much. I didn't know there was such a thing. Yeah, I change up I have to be in the mood to drink tea. I love infused tea. Like I put a lot of tea bags together and I make it really potent, but then I mix it with juice. I put fruit in the blender, fresh fruit, and I'll mix it up with the tea. So good. Um, but fruit here is really pricey. And my berry bushes did not really produce this year. Um, I had blood work because they forced me to do blood work for the insurance. And the only thing that I need to watch is my kidneys. Everything else was fine. But being 41, going on 42, like I need glasses. Dina, if you're still on, I need your readers. Um, I definitely need readers for my left eye. Um, yes, I ginger and turmeric have been a very big staple in my supplements, but what happens with my immune system and my body, I get used to things really quickly. If it's brands, if it's this, if it's that. So I have to be very particularly mindful when I'm doing a detox, how long I'm doing it for, what am I supplementing, what am I losing, and everybody's a different vehicle. So we have to remind ourselves that, yeah, you can find all these beautiful things online, but you should never be on something if you start feeling like junk. The only reason why you feel like junk is, yes, you are detoxing things out of your system, but you might feel junky because you might be depleting yourself too of other things that are coming out in with the detox. So please be mindful, listen and go into your gut and feel it out. Because it is winter here and I work with children, I've been on and off with my vitamin C. I take D3 with K2 magnesium almost every day. I do castor oil every other day, black seed oil every other day, and I purposely do that because, you know, That messes with your bowel movements. Not fun. Not fun. Yes. And Christina, that's like something that when people are like, oh, Ally, you would do the better on this and that. It's like, well, okay, what's the amount? Should I take the liquid form? Should I take it in pill form? My body, I have a lot of allergies, so a lot of things for me need to be different from what other people's modalities are. Um, it sucks, but we all do have different body mechanisms and compositions within us. And we got to be smart about what we are taking. But I'm going to say this. If you're thinking everything is going to kill you and is out to poison you, that's the frequency you're feeding into your body. So stop, get off that high horse nonsense. I'd rather look at 5G as providing me with the internet and a faster speed than, oh, it's out to kill me. Because then I'm going to put that in my mind that it's going to kill me. It will kill me. I don't want that. Yeah, sure. They're putting chemtrails in the air, but there's probably a dual reason that we are not aware of. I'd rather think of the positives first than the negatives and weigh my options that way. Right? If we're really focused on keeping alive, guess what? I want my light body. I already know it exists. I travel in it and I'm consciously aware of that travel. Ooh, baby. Fire. The sage doesn't want to burn. There it goes. I when I went to the rheumatologist, like my thyroid is horrible. Um, when I went to the rheumatologist before I left New York, when I had no more insurance, he's like, sometimes because of your body getting used to certain things, like in order for me to gain weight, he was like, listen, eat the junk. Don't eat it every day, but if you want something, your body's craving it, have it, and then like get it over with. It's more mentally, but you YOLO once in this body, so I'm gonna make the best out of it. Is anybody saying anything now that I'm saging? I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with Hi Blazing with Odin. If anybody taps into animal energy, I give you consent to tap into Odin because he's not allowing me to tap into him. Because I can usually tap into animals pretty good. He ain't telling me what's wrong. Well, last night there was a guy in the frame when I did the crafts. For those of you who are just joining, hi. So yesterday I went live because I don't know, and I made crafts while we just we chatted. I made these cool little bowl crafties. This cat had an eye when I took a picture of it. This has a tree. It's so hard. There's like hard to see. But I made a lot of crafts yesterday. Um, and then I'm gonna be, oh, so Amy, if you're still listening, Amy, I'm hypo. Next paint and sip video, I'm gonna do a video because I get to edit that. It's gonna be a kitty cat. I'm gonna go live with the paint and sip. I just have to figure out when. But craft and sips I like live. And they're unplanned, so if anybody's interested, um you don't have to paint or craft what I'm doing. You just come sit, hang out, and relax. It's like Bob Ross. I want the Bob Ross effect. Just hang out and get your mind off of the mundane shit. You see, because of what happened with Ethan in the house and with Morgan passing away the way she did, um, his behavior the last 2 to 3 days has been very off, and he's mopey. He gives me the depressed eyeballs, but when I try to tap into him, he will not talk to me. Um, I don't know if he has tummy issues. I witnessed him peeing. I haven't witnessed him pooping yet. He's been hiding, like very hard for me to find. I got this from Vikings Girls. This is an Olight. It's a clip-on, really cool. And I've been using this to find him. He's been under my bed, which he never goes under. I found him under in my window earlier. So there's something off with him. I just don't know what. Um, and Freya has been Supergirl Kitty and very playful and very excitable and talking a mile a minute and happy as a pig and shit. So I don't know what goes on. Um, and I don't know what he's grieving, and I feel really bad. I don't know if he swallowed something. I don't know if if he's sick. And that's the way he's expressing himself, because usually if cats are hiding and that's not a normal thing, they're about to die, and I don't want that. I just gotta take him to the vet just to make sure. But I gotta go to the bank and get a loan so that I can pay for the vet. I was hoping to wait out for Trump so that if I do have to take, if I can't get an equity loan, um, obviously I don't have a mortgage to refi. Um, that's the only loan I can probably take besides a personal loan, and the interest rates are retarded right now, so I don't want to touch that. But my options are limited in what I can do just to sustain right now, because what I have right now is not sustainable. Right. Maybe. Hmm. I founded it. I had to construct, I had to put these cards under my desk. And they're not in the order that I usually read them in. I hope everybody's having a blessed and beautiful day. I still can't get over a certain person saying be less. Whew, not my intentions. That means be less, Allison. No, it does not. Not from my heart space, it doesn't. Evil. Odin hasn't thrown up that I know of. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, usually, like when I figured out Morgan had kidney issues, she was like going into my bathtub, into my toilet. I left water out for her constantly, but she wanted, I don't know what. She was obsessed with the tub, and I would give her tub time. And I brought her to the vet. I'm like, okay, this is not normal behavior. She's 19, so I know she's old for a cat. What the hell is this tub thing? She's obsessed with it. Um, and she would never jump in it before. And the vet was like, oh, that's probably her kidneys shutting down and she wants more water. Oh no, I have gremlins. That happens to me on Rumble all the time. Like I will be in the beginning of like We Not Me, or even like Jack sometimes if I catch Jack live, I will be able to say blessings to like half the chat, and then I have to reboot the whole entire show and then play around with the settings to get chat to pop back up again. And then I catch like 25 minutes later all these new people. I'll try to even get a blessings out or hello, and it's not because I am not listening. It's because I have gremlins. I've been having not vivid dreams, but I know I'm being worked on. So I'm in and out of that sleep state. Like the angels coming to me and then finding out about Gabrielle was like freaking massive. And then Sandalfin has been working on my bridge. So he like my light body travels with the archangels because that's my collective that is working with me right now. And I'm helping surmount the light grid around the United States. I used to sleep 4 hours a night. Can't do that anymore. I know Odin has a food allergy, not an allergy, but like a sensitivity. So they told me to feed him like blue buffalo and like high grain. I might just give him some cheaper stuff I give Little Thor and see if it clears up. I'm not sure. I did give him a treat. Auntie Amy sent me some treats and I gave he did lick the treat, but I have to see if he poops. Yeah, I can't wait for Constantine 2 to come out. Aw, Indigo? Ray, anybody? Indigo, Indigo. It just sucks because I haven't had them long enough to know like their intricacies. And then I started working right before it, like, literally right after I got them. So it's hard to know behavior when you're not around them all day. But I know he's off. Like he's usually climbing up on the desk and like hanging out where my what is that called? I have a little machine over there. He likes to hang out and sit over there. He hasn't been climbing up on the windowsill over here. So I know something's off. And he's usually either on my beanbag or walking behind me. Like he's not himself. Talking about traveling in my light body, expansion, travel at your own speed of light. Are you keeping up with your life and all you want to create? Or are you holding yourself back with what ifs or buts? You limit your life through your beliefs. Everything you say and everything you will do becomes true for you, and it is the platform on which you build your life. The playing field of life is unlimited and loving. You are unlimited, loving, and wondrous part of creation. You are perfect right here, right now. You are different, and therefore think differently. To last week, last year, last decade, and you will always be you. What you are observing is your view. It is neither right nor wrong, but a way to become clearer about what you like and don't like, so you could choose what to focus upon. That's a mic drop in its own self. The events and experiences of your life will grow in meaning as your consciousness expands. Learn to focus and dance in time with energy and speed of your desires, and they will arrive easily in surprising and satisfying ways. Okay. The whole first part of this live is everything I always say all the time. We're expanding. Where you focus your energy is where it goes, right? So me going, okay, I'm putting applications in for other jobs and part-time jobs and nothing is coming up. Okay, what can I do in the meantime? I'm going to go live. I'm going to do more TikToks. I'm going to do paint and sips. I'm going to do things that I can do within the confines within my means. As Christina says, expansion. I got chicken feathers in here. Chicken! Chicken feathers. Chicken! So we have expansion, and that's very indigo-ish purple looking rays. And then we have 39. That was 44 expansion. Variance. The differing perceptions of ego and soul. Today, you may not feel like yourself. You and your soul are looking at the same thing, but are seeing it differently. Your emotions and reactions are a combination of your thoughts and your soul's thoughts. And when they don't align, you feel wobbly. Variance is a way of explaining the wobble. When you have the same perspective as your soul, things feel right. They seem satisfactory and easy. No limiting beliefs or patterns are triggered. but there is a feeling that all is well. Your soul will never join you in judgment, blame, or hurts, because it is not the truth of you. It is not the perspective of love. How you feel reveals how aligned you are with your soul. If you're experiencing something that doesn't feel quite right, take a breath and come back to your center. You will begin to feel better, inspired to navigate your inner radar and ready to receive your soul's transmissions. I will definitely try that, Miss Deplorable. So, Reconstructing Reality, I left the book upstairs, talks about your fifth, when you ascend or your body dies, the shell dies, you meet your divine complement, you merge. But in the merging, you are going out and in of that complement. And you're going in from a higher perspective as a guide to your lower third density selves to heal the past concurrent lives happening now, just in simultaneous different dimensional spaces. You're going in your fifth dimensional self, you're coming back down and you're going at it with love and not fear. Mind you, I believe this, I heart align with it. If I were to assign everybody an easel in a really round room with a lot of windows, one side of the room has clouds, the other has some sun with some overcast, and I tell you to sit in a big circle, and in the middle of the room is empty, and I come in with a bunch of shit and sit it in the middle of the room, and I tell you to draw what you see, each and every one of you is still going to draw the same shit in the middle of the room with a different perspective. No perspective is right or wrong because it's what you're seeing out of these two physicality eyes. So if I have Mr. Chicken in the middle of the room, some people are going to get side chicken, back chicken, each angle. And depending on where the light source is, your shadows are going to be different. The lighting, the tones of your pencil color or whatever you're doing, your painting, is going to be different. Everybody views reality differently. The very people that hate you, you hate them. Null and void. Balance it out. All is perspective. You create your reality. And in the bigger microcosm, we all created this experience. We said, we are going to, yes, shake hands with Source. We're going to have this experience together as a humanity. So yes, you create your own reality, but you also created it with everybody else around you to have an experience and to have manifested things. Like I create these pyramids. Source created that. I'm Source. You are Source. It's all Source. The pen, the marker is a creative manifestation, a thought created this pen, thus became manifest. If we choose to take what we see and transmute what we don't prefer out of it and bring in the love frequency, shit would shift faster. Why I can't listen to the hate anymore, because when people say I'm going to string them up and put them in wood chippers, I used to be that person too, until I realized all is Source, and I can't fathom seeing that happen. Not because I can't take gore. I love gore. but because it's source. And that is source playing through other people, my other selves, your other selves. That's right, El Sunray. That's absolutely right. It's where you're standing and the perception and frequency of where you are. But a lot of people aren't thinking, people just spew information without going inside of themselves to know it, integrate it, absorb it, and then be able to project it. That's why a lot of people have a hard time when I put stuff and get on my soapbox and chats. People don't listen to me. I'm not there to hate. I love everybody and I give compassion to everybody. But the bigger truths are being missed because you're focusing on these little facets of they did something wrong. It's all about the kids in there, but those kids are the same age as you as a soul. They signed up for that experience. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's their contract. I don't want it to be honored either, but that's not my choice. We signed up for those experiences too. We just don't have them remembering yet, or the awareness of remembering that we were sacrificed and we were the ones that did it too. You didn't always play angels in all your lives or healers. I would say the majority of us that are here, 97% of our lifetimes was as healers, shamans, medicine people, people that brought the light. But there is 3 to 5% of those lifetimes that we've expended ourselves in the evil. We needed those experiences because you need to know what you don't prefer. You need to learn through the other side. So that unfortunately, when you take the emotional state and the ego out of what's happening now in our now moment, detach emotionally and take the objective eagle eye view and look down to see the players and why they're playing the game, the way they're playing the game. It's contractual. It's also for experience. It's also for us to wake up. If they didn't do their fuckery, we wouldn't be here. Many of us still would be awake and aware, but not on the populace level, the massive scale. There are still people that are not going to wake up. It's not their time to ascend. We were those people in Atlantis. And some of you who have gone past Atlantis and Lemuria and Mu and all those other places, they're still concurrently happening now. But it wasn't our time to ascend higher. We died and then got put back into the same paradigm. We had 5th, 6th density bodies in Earth. Earth wasn't always 3D. Earth was 5 and 6. It had to lower itself. And it had many restarts. We weren't ready to ascend back then. And that's all of us composed of souls. And yes, a lot of us already ascended back to source and merged back to source. We came back down because we were the strongest souls who held frequency for a long period of time. And a lot of us have been holding this frequency for eons. And don't forget, you are fractals in all things. So you're in different planes of existence right now, living other lives in different bodies, in different shells, and in the light, in the plasma, in the frequency with the celestials. You're all over there. Yes. Most of us are on Mars, Meldeck, Arcturus, Alpha Centauri, where a lot of us were in this local system. We were formulating Earth. Earth existed in different, it still exists in different frequencies and dimensional spaces. And there's a multiverse. I believe in the multiverse because the action you didn't take is being played out somewhere else. My other dimensional self, the doppelganger me, she's married with children in a different paradigm, living a whole different life than I'm living in this body and in this consciousness. But that's my other self. You're the only judge of yourself. They say, I'm channeling, hang on. I'm channeling. So when your shell dies and you go up to what we would want, I'll just say the proverbial pearly gates. It's not really that. Your angels, your guides, your other selves are going to pull you up. You're going to have a life review. And that in that life review is where the judgment of your own self comes in, because you're now viewing objectively. Objectively, you're looking at every component of your life and you're seeing it unfold. The theme you chose is now unfolding. You're seeing the movie playing out with all the players involved. And you're like, oh, I missed that lesson. Shit. You're the one judging your own self. Remember, you are source. You put yourself in the state of purgatory. And then it's not a forever state. People say hell doesn't exist. It's a state of consciousness that you throw yourself into to learn from, so that you could call on Yeshua, Archangel Michael, you can call on anything. I need out of this situation. And your little soul essence now ascends. Pistis Sophia is the perfect example of this. Put it in Dante's Inferno, but put it in the Pistis Sophia flavor. And that will make sense. Yes. And this is the thing about people like the starseed people. I love them, but Orion isn't a bad place. It's a place that has negative and positive polarized entities in its system. All systems have positive and negative entities in its system. There is a positive and a negative. Up until sixth density, according to Ra, is when those entities, in order to go to seven, they need to polarize positive, or else they go back to space dust return. That's what I was talking to Thistlebreed about when it was going about the Ashiana Dean work, where it's like, oh, we're going back to space dust return via black hole. No, only the negative polarized entities who are not ascending past 6, 7. That might have changed. The veil of forgetting for me dropped when I was 3 years old with certain components of my veiling. Because of free will choice, and that's also an illusion, by the way, I am veiled from knowing my potentialities on different timelines. So I'm veiled from knowing who I'm going to be with, if I'm going to marry or not. I already knew I wasn't going to have children this life, so I don't have children. But I'm veiled from knowing like my course. my path, because that's teaching me to have faith in source and the universe that they're going to guide me in the right direction. So far, universe, you're fucking with me. Love you, but I don't like it. I had reoccurring dreams as a child. One of my I have a ton of books above me that I've written in. The one that always comes up if I need, and this was as a kid, this was a repetitive throughout my entire lifespan. I was a princess in Ireland. I had a twin sister. She is now my gatekeeper to the dead, to the souls, like my family, right? She holds the guardian. She's a guardian. She's my gatekeeper to spirit. We were ascending down. This is my repetitive dream. I ascend down these like wonky white mismatched stairs. It was a spiral staircase. And I was led to where the horses were. I had a white horse and I had a huge satchel on the side of my bridle. And I had a lot of herbs. And me and my sister were wearing dark velvety green dresses, very princessy like. And I would go out from this castle that was sitting on the edge of a cliff that looked over a fjord into the forest, where there was a little cottage way far into the forest. And me and her used to dry herbs and make potions and heal people. And in that dream, I had a brass key, and that key was to unlock something. And to that day, and to this very day, that dream still occurs in me. It's the same thing, and not much recovery of where in Ireland this is, but I lived and I'm Irish in this lifetime. I gotta find that. If I don't even think it still exists or it's still standing. I don't know in what era. I want to say it's medieval, but I don't know what an era it was, because most of my other past lives that I faintly have recognition of is the Viking era. I was Scandinavian. I was Sidir, which was a shamanic Norse person. I was a seeress, oracle. I was a shield maiden. I was also a few of those lives were also male. I was a berserker. I have visions of myself as male. I think my last life was also my last concurrent was male. But I that was one that for me was one of my most reoccurring dreams. Another one was me. I was a male in Finland, maybe Finland, but I don't know why. It just draws me there. Running with a pack of wolves in the woods over the aurora borealis. I get that one comes to me once in a while. The Viking era, I have lots of like snippets of me fighting animals and wearing skins and going to Uppsala. So I have a lot of Viking influence in my DNA in this body. Yeah. The beautiful thing though, as much as we look back at that trauma, right? Like my life isn't a cakewalk either. I don't think any of ours is. We chose the harder lives. As much as this sucks, we all chose extremely difficult lives because we are not coming back. We're not coming back as human. We're no longer going to be human after this life, unless you choose that. I don't know why you would want to be honest. We chose the severe of the severe to overcome the adversity, to overcome and clear the karma, to learn as much as one can possibly learn in a lifetime, and we overburden ourselves in this life. Hi, Jenny. Right. I don't think anybody that's conscious on a higher level of bandwidth had anything easy walk in their lives. We might perceive that certain things were easier for us, but there is no way that any of us that are here watching me or will watch me had anything significant in our lives that were not hard. We chose the hardest shit to overcome, to clear it out of us, to give it love so that we're going to move forward. Another reason that I've heard from multiple other channels talk about, and I'm saying, when I say channels, I'm saying channelers, is that third density, we have the most polarity and distortion. We feel it here the most. So if we can transmute all that fucking shit we had to go through and change it to the positive, we will not have to do those lessons in 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which are way harder to heal in a higher density. A lot of what we're cumulative doing now is really fucking difficult, but it only makes way for a better, easier, smoother transition through the other densities. Because we feel it the most here and it's this dense, it's the easiest to get rid of and detach. That they say it is, but we are like middle finger right there at you. Oh my gosh. And that's the thing about when we are so stuck being diverted and as much as I love people, they're diverting you from doing your inner work. That's why I made this channel in the very, very, very beginning. We have all had horrific experiences and lots of loss and death. A lot of people don't understand how I don't have parents. Like my parents are dead and they've been dead, right? And I'm just me. Like, how do you do it? Well, it's not easy, you know? The same with all of you. Like, I'm reading a lot of your comments and your stories. They're not easy feats, but we chose this to come in here to heal them. That's harder than just experiencing it. Now it's like reliving it and going back and going, I got to let this go because that's not my story anymore. That's not renting space in my mind anymore because it no longer affects me. I got to let this go. Yeah. I'm not coming back. I feel from what I get when I get channeled, when I watch the Powder movie and he gets struck by lightning, like that's the moment that I feel I want to have. If that's the way I'm ascending, that's fucking rock star. But I want to be taken into the light. And then my essence just to everything hits everything. My consciousness, my everything goes into everything, goes back to the earth. But also then my light body is free. I don't think I'm going to transcend. I'm going to be here for 4 and a little bit of 5, and then straight up I go. And this is many of us are not coming back. Most of your children are also going to ascend. It depends on what level they're at as well. All of us are individual, right? We're having a solo experience, but with everybody around us. So if you birth the child is already with you in spirit, in fractals form, and all other things. So you don't have to worry that the material form is being left behind. They're not. That's an illusion. That's why people are telling you to detach emotionally, not to say not to love them, but stop obsessing and like needing to have things, because that relationship will always be. I will. My parents, my mom's a starseed. She's already incarnated somewhere in one of her fractals, having fun. She's also consciously with my father, waiting for me up there, waiting for our light hug. I always say when people pass away, may your lights meet again. It's because you're going to meet in the light. One would hope. Trust me, the last couple of days, like getting that ArchAngel Gabriel realization, and then seeing myself in my light, I'm supposed to be the bridge from heaven to, well, I call it up there, to the earth. I'm the bridge. I left it upstairs, but like I said the other day, Carol Maureen Friesen has given me my galactic signature thing, and I'm a red radiant Skywalker. I'm like the prophet, and I'm bridging heaven and earth together. That's my mission here. I bet you were on that Titanic or the Olympia, whatever it's called. All those, and that's the beautiful thing, guys. If you have recalled memories or an attachment to a place, a culture, a thing, you were there. My best friend that sent me these cards, that lives in New York, she's very conditioned in religion, but she expresses her spirituality by going to places she feels she lived. So she'll go across the United States and like go places that she's like, I don't know why I went. I just felt like I belong there. That's because she lived there, right? If you feel like you were in a specific place and have an affinity for something, that's because you lived it. I have an affinity for the Norse culture. Didn't know why until I did the inner work to discover like that's where most of my lifetimes were. In the 800s, 7, 6, 7, and 800s, I was in Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, Germany, Russia, Finland. That's where a lot of my lives spanned, up there. Why I chose America? I don't know. I might have been on the boat with Leif Erikson. I'm supposed to Tar Creek had a guy on who did readings and told me I have to go to Minnesota. Well, that's where one of the Viking stones are, I believe. Oh shit. You're welcome. But all of you have ties. Like I said we're all one, but we all have an individuated expression of fractals. And each of your fractals are your other lives that are concurrently happening right now. So as much as we perceive linear time space, right? We're in a linear time. So we do perceive a past, we do project a future, right? But in actual space time, all things are concurrently happening right now. And in this vehicle, in your consciousness right now, you get to change the ripple of, are you coming out of love or fear? That ripple of love, when you heal your other selves, shifts your timeline to a higher experience. And all these things that you guys are experiencing through movies, through books, through just talking about this stuff, you're like getting your aha moments. This is what you need to discover about yourselves. And then go in deeper, do a meditation, or just sit and think about, use your creative mind and imagination to go, okay, what did I look like? Was I male? Was I female? That's how QHHT works to an extent. They take you further in that, but that's how hypnosis works. But you could do that for yourself. You could sit and say, okay, explore a little bit. I've sat on a beach in Norway by a fjord, looking out over the sea, contemplating. I could see myself I could see through the eyes of my own eyes. I know I had children. I know I was fighting. I was a shield maiden. I was also berserker. I also know that a lot of the Viking show is partially true, to not historically accurate, but certain aspects of it is. I remember going to Uppsala, doing some magical stuff there. Right? A lot of you are going to go, and this is why I like to talk about this stuff, because you're going to discover your other selves. It's all a fractal of you. I was more female in my incarnations than I was male, but I do recognize that I've had a bunch of male lives as well. And in this essence, I'm more of my masculine than I am my feminine. The makeup and my hair makes me my feminine, and maybe jewelry, but otherwise I'm very much into the power tools, and I like to build, and very independent, a protector, that role in this life. But I have to incorporate my feminine. That's why Hillel made some space for Gabriel to come through, because my feminine needs to shine now. Oh, this is the hard card, and a lot of people. Okay, we're going to tackle the hard card first. Forgiveness. The energy of forgiveness strengthens our capacity to let go of unwanted feelings and emotions. Let it go. Let it go. We have to. Hmm. I'm trying to process that. In essence, because of technology and where we are at in advancement in society and civilization, we chose to have a lot of people either, like my parents, my adoptive parents, met on a blind date, and there's a lot of, they were black and white. My mom was a Democrat, my father was a Republican. My mom loved the Yankees, my dad loved the Mets, and really the Cleveland Indians. Don't know where that came from. But it worked. And they stayed together and never got divorced. Where my biological father played the field, like my mom, he was dating my mom, but they never got married, but he married like again and again and again and again. Um, that would show, are you ready to take the leap into understanding what the frequency of love actually is? Or are you needing the experience of different types of love and the fleeting emotional states that comes with a marriage? And many people cannot handle, as someone matures and levels up in life, a lot of people can't handle that other person's frequency and they have to jet instead of staying and riding the wave with them. I'm glad you forgave yourself for that. Um, I learned this, it had to be 1999-ish area. I was 16 and one of my best friends was diagnosed with cancer. And he didn't live that much longer after that. His leg was taken on, he had cancer that spread and his leg had to be amputated. And this kid was 6'3", all leg. And his parents treated him like garbage. But after he passed, his parents understood the lesson of why he came. And it was a beautiful unfoldment of, okay, he was alive and you treated him like shit. You did what you could for him. But the lesson that was learned was mind blowing for them. And that's something that I hope that you received, was that you got a lesson out of that passing. When children die, it's usually for a greater healing, a greater lesson, and a greater knowing. That still sucks and it hurts, but you have to forgive yourself, whatever the circumstances are. Everything in your life has been planned out. The good, the bad, and the ugly. We signed up for this. And when you can accept that, even if it sucks asshole, and say, okay, I needed to know and see something. This had to happen the way it did. It was orchestrated by all of us. We all spoke about it up here. I just don't remember. You could forgive yourself because it needed to happen. And you can't escape that passing. It's going to happen for all of us. As much as everybody tells you, we're going to take our bodies with us. Yeah, to a certain point, and then you can't take your body anymore. You'll be Homo luminous. You're not going to have this body in Homo luminous. We chose it. We chose every aspect of it. The difference is certain catalysts, Ra talks about catalysts. A catalyst is something that alters your perception of life. So if someone gets into a car accident and it takes them out, it gives that person time to process the lesson or to put them on a different track. When someone passes away or goes through something, what was the lesson you were supposed to learn from that death? What did you learn? Were you more compassionate? Were you able to transmute your energy and move on? Were you able to heal? How did it affect everybody else around you? What did they learn? These are the things that when you look deeper, that's right, Christina. I already am consciously aware of my light body, and that's where I want to be because I'm not vibing with this 3D experience anymore. I'm over it. But your 5-year-old is always, that soul essence is always going to be with you. That doesn't go away. Like my parents will never go away. I'm with them right now. And that's the thing when children come in with illness and they only stay for a little bit. So there's children that have diseases like the progeria where they come in and they look like grandma and they're a little baby, or they have a defect that there's no cure for. Those kids are here knowing that they're going to pass. The veil, their soul knows, the consciousness might not, but it's teaching those around them a major lesson. And when you can when you can heal from a passing and detach your emotional state to it, the lesson will present itself. Yep. You know, we choose these lessons and they hurt like a bastard in our time space. And it sucks. But it has a purpose. It always serves a purpose. And I don't speak to spirit like that, and that's where my sister up there is supposed to help me. I wish I had that medium as a mediumship ability. I'm more of a mental medium, but I'm like a clear conduit channel. I wish I can pull up spirit to come through me or at least be able to talk to me to say, hey, I'm okay. I mean, I have talking to heaven cards. We'll finish with these and I'll pull some from there. The divine masculine. The frequency of divine masculine supports our active focus and strong side, facilitating our capacity to transform our dreams into form. And a lot of us still need to balance our masculine with our feminine, by the way. 7th chakra, like I said, the indigo ray. The energy of the crown chakra supports our feeling of being connected to a higher power and part of a larger whole. The cards I pulled before are purple. Yes. That's, I know we go back to like it's all about the children, and that's where a lot of people get stuck in that paradigm. But God let's just take it from the biblical component because that's the easiest way for me to explain it. God said, let there be light. All of us were born soul densified and was up here with source, this whole infinitude of like liquid gold. And then we individuated into rishis and Daihan Kohans and celestials, and then we densified into the ascended masters, and then we did the archangel thing, we did the angel thing, then we did the guide thing, and then we did the alien thing, and then we did the lower fourth dimensional, we did the fairy, we did the Bigfoot, we did the giants, and then we went and we densified even longer and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until we ended up in the vegetable rock land. We were rocks, mountains, trees, the blade of grass, the animal kingdom, the insect kingdom, and then we came human. We went from all the way up here to all the way down here, and now we're ascending back up the ladder. Yes. There's always and sadly, we in the moment of people passing and the time frame of things happening to people, we're in the moment, we don't realize, oh, that was a lesson. Who the fuck thinks that way? Well, I now do. But really, like a normal person isn't going to think, okay, what did I gain from this? Like somebody I love just died. Right? It fucking sucks. I don't know how many times I've had calls 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey, your friend Michelle passed away. She herself. Or hey, this person. I've had a lot of death in my life. A lot of my friends OD'd, and a lot of my friends did some bad things to themselves. So those calls were not fun. And at a young age. But the lesson of love is the hugest one there. And moving forward, knowing that that's not the end all be all to be in a dark place. And sometimes that darkness needs to happen to open you up to different avenues of exploration. Being depressed sometimes isn't the worst thing in the world. It helps you see the light differently, but you reach out to find that light. Love is a frequency that we all need to like obtain, and it's here and we hold it. We are love. We are love. That's the frequency of source, and being authentic with that love. This human 3D experience, love is perceived in so many different facets. And for those of you who have people on the other side, I'm going to pull some cards. That's one of my contributions to healing. Because I don't have that. The other side taps in through cards. And if I can help heal somebody today, I am more than happy to do it. Yes. Okay. First one. I have to find the. My dad is my guardian. And I don't know what my mom is to me. I have become one of your guides. And Mr. Roger, this is for you too. Now that I have time to process and learn from my earthly experience, I am working through my remaining life purpose by helping you with your life purpose. It's a vicarious way for me to fulfill my destiny as you fulfill your own. Please know that I'd never interfere with your free will choices, although it's admittedly difficult at times to sit on the sidelines and watch you make choices that if I were asked, would advise you to make differently. As one of your guides, my role is simply to love you. All of the love that you receive from your many angels and guides is your shield that safeguards you in the face of stress and fear. Our collective love is healing, guiding, and protective. And know that you can call upon me or any of your angels or guides for assistance or comfort. We're always here for you. Brr. Mr. Von Prague, it is beautiful where I am. I wish that for just a moment I could share my world with you. This heavenly realm is beyond description. It is where colors, hues, and patterns of all different types sing and come alive. Here there is a brilliant light that permeates everything, and everything in turn is filled with indescribable joy. Here you suddenly become aware that you are connected to everything. There is no anger or hardness in this world. Those emotions have been replaced with overwhelming peace and joy. It is love at its finest. It is heaven, the place where I will be waiting to greet you one day. I'm asking which one next, and they said this one. I am not dead. We talked about this earlier. Only my physical body is gone. And I now know that our bodies are just a small part of who we really are. I am aware that you miss my voice and physical presence, but my soul and spirit are very much alive. The times when you felt my energy, I really was there next to you as I am now. We each have a unique energy fingerprint, and you recognize mine when I'm with you. That's how I know when my parents are with me. Trust the feeling. I am actually more alive now than ever before. Gone are all the distractions and stressors that I allowed to rob me of the enjoyment of my life. Now I see how trivial everything was, and that all that ever mattered were the important priorities of love, family, friendship, caring, and helping. But I've also discovered how to turn my regrets into learning and growing. I ask you to do the same. I now see that I never had anything to fear. There is no death, and nothing bad can ever happen to anyone in spiritual truth. Of course, it's important to be smart and careful and always follow your guidance, but please don't forsake joy because of fear, because there's truly nothing to fear. And the last card from Spirit. Night! Have a good night. Don't be afraid. My transition has changed everything for both of us, and you may be frightened of the future as a result. Please know that you have nothing to fear, my love. Rest assured that all of heaven is watching over you, including me. Although you can't be in my physical presence any longer, you definitely can rely on my spiritual presence, which in many ways is much more powerful than when my soul was limited by my body. My love for you has increased now that I am no longer restricted or distracted by physical demands. And with my increased love for you, I am able to help you even more. So I hope that helped people. And I know this because when my father passed away, it took 9 years for me to find and figure out a shit ton. But all of what was said is absolute for me, alignment truth for me. I only know this because I've experienced a lot of loss. My father is more of my father now than he was when he was alive. He was really not a good father to me in physicality. In death, in the passing, he's incredible. And I wouldn't want it any other way. Look how strong all of you are. I love it. You guys are awesome. Seriously. I hoped that message was meant to reach whoever it needed to heal. Because I'm not shitting you. Those messages when my mom and dad died were very useful tools for healing. Even though I have an awareness that other people don't, it still is a nice reminder here and there that they're here. Unfortunately, you need to realize that you chose your circumstances to overcome some bigger picture. Where's your compassion, Bob? No fucking way. Sorry. Okay, Allison just got validated again. Son of a bitch. I don't know if this is like Beetlejuice, but Archangel Gabriel, you are blessed to receive this Archangel card, and your guidance is to invoke Archangel Gabrielle, who works on the white ray for grace and purification. It is time to release old memories, ingrained habits, and mental patterns which lower your vibrations. Archangel Gabriel will bring order and discipline into your life so that everything runs smoothly. You can also call on him or her, depends what aspect he's bringing or she, to bring you clarity and joy. You're reminded that you are beautiful light and wise spirit, and that only the material mantle disguises your true self. So envision yourself surrounded by pure white light. Let your pure spirit emerge and fly. I am pure and light. Mind you, this is the archangel that came through me and told me in this little gothic form. Mic drop, chicken, chicken, Chicken. Chicken. Understanding. Your angel guidance is to examine yourself and your current situation in depth so that you have a clear awareness of underlying reasons for your challenges and situations. Acquaint yourself with facts about situations and attitudes before you take decisions. Self-awareness is a necessary foundation on which to build strong relationships, friendships, and work. Understanding your personality is a basis for understanding your spiritual self and your mission on earth. Ask your angel to help you. I seek an understanding for myself and my life. These I'll pull in a little. There's more cards. I don't dictate what I pull. They do. What's working through me does. I still feel like I'm missing a deck. I think I am. No, I don't know where it went. Oh no, I found them. I found them. I think the more a lot of you start doing the work, you're going to figure out who's working through you or incarnate through you, have an experience. Crazy concept. Your pie chart. I have to make an actual pie chart now. No matter how much you are being tested or pushed right now, that's all of us. Stand your ground and push back. Believe in your own integrity and self-worth so much that no one can get in your way. Have the confidence to move forward. You and can do this. Make sure you don't start seeing yourself through the eyes of those who don't value you. You need to know your worth, even when others don't. You are not what people think of you. No, they don't. Spirit has a sense of humor, but like that's a sense of humor. Like, hi, Allison. Here we are, validation. Hi, Taylor. So the keys of your neck that are right there. There's some inversions in the keys of Enoch that her tech did right. It's a perception. The Ashtiana Dean work speaks about how Enoch at some point descended against the Emerald Covenant. Enoch went with the I want to say the Omnicron Draconian or the Orpheme or whatever, whoever, just of the negative polarity. And that was because they were going to erase his whole entire genetic line on Earth. So he had really barely any choices. So Enoch went against the humans, and I don't know if the information in there is in versions of what her tech was getting from Enoch. I have an interview with a beautiful soul who has also crossed over maybe a year after I did the interview. His name is Chad. He met Enoch on the moon. He had an NED. He went to the moon. That's where he was, and he had some insights. But there's some inversions. There's a lot of truth in there, but there's also inversions. So with anything, I read objectively. I look at the program, the narrative, like Owaspi's and Anunnaki presentation from the Orion group. That's their perception of how Earth began. Urantia is the Earthites. That's another group. It's a perception of what happened here with some intricacies, and there's a lot of truth and a lot of not. And you can, when I read it, you'll start hearing the programming and the narratives being steered through the aliens or the other extraterrestrials. So don't lose sight of this truth. You came here to evolve and grow. It is necessary to experience the difficult times. That is when you will grow most. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Be proud of your journey. That card just validated half of the conversation we were having earlier. Look past what you feel are your incapabilities. Instead, focus on everything you have achieved so far. It is okay to acknowledge your weaknesses, but keep in mind that they don't define you. Your strength and your beautiful soul are clear for all to see. Um, does a star exist? I don't know. If enough people put thought into that star, it will manifest if it hasn't already done so. I mean, it's not far out of, your thoughts become things. So if enough people think of this star, it exists. It's just in what paradigm and what dimensionality does it exist in? And if that is where your soul is drawn to have an experience, that's what it's going to get. Um, so there's a lot of people who are going to experience what said Bible calls the apocalypse, revelations. That's a paradigm that those people are going to hop into a time loop in, and that's what they're going to experience. Some of us are going to ascend and experience new earth. Some of us are ascending in the negative aspect of new earth. Some of us are going to see the lands beyond. Some of us aren't. It's up to what your soul wants. Yeah. I mean, everybody's going to experience the ascension differently. It's according to what you want, what your soul wants, not your physical body. So some people will have to are going to go into revelations. Some of us are not. Some of us are going to go into different experiences. It's based off of what your soul needs to grow and what paradigm you signed up to have a theme with. most of us here don't seem to have a care in the world about religion. We're going to experience new earth. Some of us are going straight up after we help everybody out. We're going straight up to seventh, eighth. We're going to be our light bodies. In the ghetto. I lived very close to the ghetto, and I still live close to a ghetto. I'm okay with that. I actually vibe more with those people than I do with others. I'm down to earth, like in my personality. I treat everybody equally, so I'm chill. I got that New York Boogie Town Bronx attitude. Don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you, and I'm armed and dangerous just like you are. Odds are even. Not in New York. I had other weaponry in New York. But here I have the odds are stacked even. I mean, hopefully it as Bashar says, we already are in spirit. And I believe that because we're fractals. And when we make it up there, we're gonna go, what the hell? That was just like a blip on the map. Okay, so we have the forgiveness theme presenting itself today. The highest octave of a fulfilled soul is letting go of the ugly pieces of life. Keep giving, learning, loving, and forgiving. It's called true love. Preserve your energies. Don't let things or people with low vibrations interfere with your sacred space. If they no longer serve you, just give up on them and simply let go. Don't forget to restore your energy after a storm. And that's why I had to cross and put my boundaries up with certain shows. I don't listen to a lot of people anymore because of the dissension and hate. And I still support my friends. I just mute. And then tap in. Watch your steps. The situation requires a more specific and detailed plan before carrying out, as there might be some unexpected occurrences. Be careful so you will be able to complete it after all. And I take this into the light that where your energy go, what your thoughts are is where your energy goes and flows. So be careful of your thoughts, especially when we're listening to stuff of that nature. Because I think it's a tool to help us, but it's also a distraction tool from going here. Keep it to yourself. You have brilliant and outstanding ideas with an unconditional style, so before you round up and perform it, keep it a secret to prevent yourself from judgment or competitive energy. I don't align myself with this because we're supposed to be all working together. And there are still negative people out there that are willing to put a monkey wrench into things. So yeah. Everything in 3D conceptualized is dualistic. I tend to I reprogrammed myself to look at things first positive and then negative because we've been taught to look at everything negatively first. We're always going to the cons before we go to the pros. So I tend to stick with being realistic in things and looking at things logically and rationally from a higher perspective than choosing where I want to feed the pro and the con. But we've been conditioned to look at things first as negative, and then we really have a hard time picking what things are positive. Depends on the situation or situationals. And Christina, you're absolutely 100% on that. And I hope the weather is okay down there by you. I know there was some tornado action, and I know people in Texas and Alabama, or not Alabama, Louisiana were having issues. I know Mississippi is getting it. The Indigo Ray is with us today. We have karmic board cleaning. Like I said earlier, with the karma and the clearing of old selves. Of course, we're going to get this card. Energetic clearing, rewrite your story, live your truth. If you're being overwhelmed by a traumatic memory or a painful event, know it's because this old energy is no longer serving you. And that your spirit is calling for you to be released. I don't make this shit up, guys. This comes to you at a time when you are ready to surrender old ways of being and old stories. Know that receiving this message means your energetic self has been taken to the karmic board during sleep or meditation so that your light body can be cleared of all the karmic blockages and stories. Old fears, phobias, challenges with partners and relationships and feelings of being misunderstood are being released now. You are ready to move forward. So all that heaviness that we've experienced earlier, release, like Elsa would say. And we had this card, I think, last time. Soul Star Activation. Fulfilling soul contracts, remembering who you are. What? Through your previous journeys, you have learned much about the inner workings of your soul and about the cycles of karma. Before this incarnation, you set a powerful intention to remember your divine origins. At this point, you are in a powerful space, for you are remembering who you truly are, and you know that you have it within you to make a great difference in your own life, the lives of those you love, and of course, the world. This remembering is in alignment with the soul contract you made before coming to this realm. If you find yourself worrying if you are making the right decisions, know that even if you aren't conscious of it, all that you have chosen so far is in accordance with your soul's evolutionary plan. And when you draw this gateway, you are opening up on higher levels. Once again, we talked about that earlier. Spirit is just validating. Stellar Gateway Activation, Infinite Potential Manifestation Vortex. Look at that pretty card. Look at all the violet, indigo, red colors all these cards have. How pretty. You are a master of manifestation. Every one of your thoughts, actions, non-actions, and choices is affecting the unfolding of your path. Realize that you have great potential and power within you. And through your focused awareness, you can draw on heavenly support to create the life of your wildest dreams. Know that all the energies you connect with are carried up to your stellar gateway. And if they are aligned with the intentions your soul had before this incarnation, opportunities will come your way. It is important to consider connecting with your cosmic origins at this time and also tracking down the intentions of your soul. For if you can bring your wishes into this life together with your pre-life intentions, you can live a life that is aligned with your highest heavens. I love these cards. Love, 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 love. We're halfway done. So I hope whoever is remaining here or whoever watches in the future, just know that this is meant to be for you, and it's not time sensitive. When you hear these messages, take what aligns with you and throw the rest out if it doesn't. I don't run my life on tarot cards or oracle cards. They're just helpful little tools for us to get validations. Auntie Amy, you need some healing. Odin does too. I honestly hope that he turns around this weekend. Because vet bills and dental bills are pricey. He's my baby. I'm going to take care of him regardless. I just got to find ways. Ooh, that had a lot of energy on it. Woo! Woo! I know I'm holding you guys in suspense. I'm just going to find the... Is it going in that direction now? Son of a bitch. The blue beings. Light transmission. Wounds healed. Important information charging up. If the world feels overwhelming or intense, know that hands of light are upon you now. Take a moment to retreat to a safe place to cleanse and recharge your energy. Don't feel guilty about it. You don't need to be constantly in the limelight or in the service of others. This is not a time to sacrifice your own well-being in order to serve others. Take the time to recharge, observe, and review how you feel. This is deeply healing time for you. You may have been on this path for a long time and experienced miraculous and healing moments, but now you are going deeper. This is about healing from the inside out. Be open to learning new information and gaining insights about your life that will bring you a deeper state of wholeness and connection with yourself. Cosmic beings are surrounding you now and are leading the way on the ever unfolding journey. Oh, it's gonna get better. It's only get Master Yeshua got pulled. I do channel Yeshua of fractal. Oh, oh, hang on. Michael and Faith, spiritual calling, divine protection, breakthrough moment. This is Archangel Michael. The universe needs you. Where you are now is where you are most needed. Consider yourself strategically placed. Even if where you are is less than ideal, know there is an opportunity there to align with purpose and meaning. If you are experiencing a dark cloud of uncertainty or fear, call in Michael and Faith to light the way. If you've been asking to be shown your life purpose, know that where you are right now and what you are facing will help you be of greater service. Your life is destined to be aligned to spirituality and higher purpose. And this particular challenge is actually the moment when you break through into a greater understanding of who you truly are and why you're here at this specific time. Always at your side. Remember that. Jesus, or like he likes to be called, Yeshua, or his soul name, Sananda, acts of service. And whoever depicted him this way, it's close, but not really, a little darker. When you serve, the universe serves you. When this card appears, you are being invited to tune into the energy of service. Service is showing up with generous heart and sharing your gifts in a way that can help the expansion of the world. It is important not to confuse the energy of service with charity, for these are two different energies. And when you serve, it is okay for your gifts, talents, and service to be honored in an energetic exchange. Today, the light of heaven is encouraging you to recognize that you deserve to be honored for the talents you share. Yeshua is here to help you move beyond any old ideas that you have to give until you are empty. You aren't here to live empty or half full. The divine plan is for you to enjoy fulfillment and abundance. Instead of asking the universe or God to use you, ask to be guided to serve in a way that also serves you. When you are full and overflowing, you have more energy and resources to share with others. This is the Divine Master's Oracle. And that Gateway of Light activation, that's also by the same guy, Kyle Gray. I like his cards a lot. A lot. And this is from the ArchAngel deck. Oh, Amy, we love you. Auntie Amy. See, there's no accidents for why you're here. I'm just checking this. Remember, service to others or a service to source. I'm a service to source. Which is all of you. She wants to come out. And wow. Guys, you have to have faith. And I'm being called to do one more. Holy crap. So I pulled a lot of the same cards I've been pulling for my own self. So that must mean that a lot of you need the same messaging. Amethyst, metamorphosis. You are in a vortex of deep transformation. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. The best time to change is when change is happening around you. This is a powerful and enlightening moment of your journey, for you are in the process of deep transformation. There's a good chance that you're feeling some resistance to the changes occurring at this time. Maybe a part of you doesn't feel ready for them, or you don't fully understand the purpose of them, but you're being guided to trust in the process and surrender to the shifts, for they're moving you into a space of fullness and wholeness and healing. Change isn't a linear process. Sometimes it will feel as if you're taking one step forward and 3 steps back, but they're all essential and all hold the keys of learning. Energetically, you're like a caterpillar going into the chrysalis, and soon you will have the opportunity to emerge into a more aligned and aware state. If you try to fight the changes that are unfolding around you, you could deny your expansion. So relax, angels are with you, leading you to your real transformation. Once again, a lot of us are activating right now we're always activating in our chakra systems, but the indigo ray is like explosion today. Exploding. Crown chakra exploding. Explosions of crown chakra. Shamuel. Relationship assignment. No one crosses your path by chance. Choose to see the deeper reasons for the people in your life. All right, I gotta put this card down because I gotta find this little guy. She ain't. There we go. Relationship assignments. When the archangel comes to you, it is a powerful time for you to show up in a connection and community. Know that every relationship is an assignment. Like I was saying earlier, I'm not talking out of my ass. It's important to say that the universe won't intentionally put toxic or abusive people in your life because it's a presence of love, but it will give you opportunities for learning and life experience. And it's the challenges you face in relationships, whether they are platonic or romantic, that bring the real lessons. Angels are encouraging you to review your relationships now to see if they have led you to a greater understanding of yourself. Acknowledge this will bring great healing. You're also being encouraged to open up your heart, for there are opportunities for you to love and be loved. The energies of this card will help you surmount previous challenges and usher in healing and positivity. Take the time to see where you're holding back or pulling back in certain relationships, for this will show you where you are closing off to love. Check in with love. Check in with loved ones with whom you have allowed distance to be created. Give your energies to those who are important to you and release yourself from those who are only there for the drama. Show up where you want to be and close the door on anything that needs to come to an end. As if we weren't talking most of the chat about that. Holy shit. Okay. Faith. Moving mountains. Trust in the ability to create miracles. The impossible is becoming possible. You may be feeling that your prayers aren't being heard, but this isn't true. Your prayers have been heard loud and clear, and prayers have the power to move mountains. So accept what is rightfully yours. Faith is here to help you move beyond any limiting beliefs and doubts you may have about God or your ability to be helped. She will help you unlock a state of worthiness so that you can call it in and experience the miracles you deserve. Feel the way you would if you are asking for was already yours. This will call in the energies of manifestation. Also keep your vibes high for focusing on service, being fully present in your relationships, and continually focusing on what you are grateful for. That will magnetize miracles to you. Angels are here to hold you as you shift your way of thinking. Know that prayer isn't about hoping the future delivers the answer. It's about knowing the answer you need is already here. Healing happens today, not tomorrow. If you are seeing signs at this time, this is the angel's way of telling you that you are on the right track. Seriously, like it says, like I've been saying, you have to feel it. Have the feeling you already have it. I'm working with this right now. Like when Roger did that super chat, like I felt that. I felt thankful and grateful for my angels. We're all angels, different angels, but we're all angels, and we're all here to help each other. That's the energy exchange that Yeshua talks about. We still have a linear 3D life that we have to live as angels. So we have to be here for each other and support. And I thank you all for supporting Miss Amy. Every one of you in the chat and every one of you watching is a different collective of angels. We all came here to help each other. And through each and every one of us, we are giving different healing modalities and different components to be here for our family. That's right, Ashmaya. Soul family. We have Jophiel. Trust the unfolding. There is no wrong path, only choices that take you closer to or further from love. Jophiel means the beauty of God. Your life is forever unfolding, constantly responding to your actions, choices, and even your non-actions. Right now, you are asking the angels what you are supposed to do next, or asking God to show you the way forward. But you are given off mixed signals. You have asked for one thing, but your actions are indicating something different. And the angels need you to be consistent in order to help you on your way. To reach your maximum potential, you need to be clear about your intentions and actions. Know that no matter what choices you've made and accidents you have along the way, your life is unfolding as it needs to. Angels and the divine aren't judging you because that's not their purpose and it's not within their makeup. They are here to love you. And by accepting even just a fraction of that love, you will unlock the power that will set you on your way. If you find yourself at a crossroads right now, ask yourself this: what is going to bring me closer to love? Choose that. Then the angels will be able to guide you. Slow chicken drop, slow chicken drop, chicken drop. Chicken drop. And the last stick of the night. Geez, I'm popular. No, that's just we, not me stuff. Chicken! Dinosaur? Heck! See, I was attributed the soul family to a tree. There are the people that are the roots that branch off and underground in the unseen. I think a lot of us are in that position where the roots holding up the trunk, which is a larger piece of the collective, that have a bigger understanding but still are not grounded yet. And then we have the tree branches that sometimes break with the wind. They're only supposed to be a part of the tree for maybe a few seasons, and then they drop and go bye-bye. And then you have your leaves and the fruit that just sustain for a season, and then they often on to another paradigm. So the soul tribe always changes and shifts with the current of time. See, Amy, there's no accidents. Little Thor brought us together. That's why a lot of people have asked me why I do Little Thor shorts and not just spiritual stuff, but I save that for TikTok. Um, I like to bring things to my social media that help people, and I know that cat videos and things of that nature. I know when I'm having a hard day, I like watching like animals, cute little fuzzy little shits doing funny things. Makes me happy. Puts a little warm and fuzzy in my heart. That's just me. I put up and post source information, like all those memes with sayings on them. I post those for a reason. It's not just to expand your mind, it's also to get you to think, but also to validate you. I don't need to tell you. The truth is already known. It's already within you. We all wrote this. So what people are showing me and messaging me, gosh, unless it's spiritual, I love everybody, but my goodness, I get constant stuff that was out 5, 6 years ago. It's being recycled again. It's already in, it's in here. It's in here. I'm gonna try to get on tomorrow. I do have to go to the post office. I don't know what time Buckshot is posting. Does anybody know the time that he's posting the Zoom yet? Um, I do have errands I have to run, but I will try to make it tomorrow at some point. I'll try. Oh, I haven't pulled that in a very long time. Yes, Amy, there is our friend Buckshot, who is in New Jersey today, having cannoli, damn it, and probably made a carrot cake out of love my Buckshot. But he has a Zoom on the channel that I work with, We Not Me. You're more than invited to come on and hang out with everybody. It's private, but it's put out there for everybody to click on the channel, but it's private. Christine, oh, you're hosting it, 1 o'clock. Okay. Eastern or Central? So Christina's gonna host it tomorrow. So she'll be there. I know Bob is gonna be there. Are you gonna be there, Bob? I know Roger's gonna probably pop on. James Bone is probably gonna pop on. You see, Indiana is a pisser. I'm in the central part of Indiana. Everything, I think South Bend is Eastern. Fucking bullshit. It sucks because I'm so used to Eastern time, my brain gets fuzzy with this central bullshit. And then my friends from New York text me. I'm like, oh shit, I'm an hour behind. All right. Just for prosperity purposes, I'm going to cover that up. This is Pearl of Chaparral. Taking responsibility for your experiences empowers you. You are going to resolve any issue through spiritual inspiration and higher guidance. You will raise up in full connection to your spirit and access a wealth of divine treasure. That which has brought darkness into your world shall submit to the light to be transformed. Chicken drop. Have courage and commitment to your awakening, for you are you are a precious being and can go far on the spiritual path this lifetime. To arise spiritually, manifesting one's own priceless soul pearl, we are required to respond to an initially unwanted situation in such a way that our soul light and power is increased as a result. This soul alchemy evokes the inner pearl of radiant being. Such spiritual wisdom cannot be brought or sold, controlled, nor exploited. It is perfect, nourishing grace, always free and always radiant with light. It is inspirational triumph of creativity and healing. In the inner work of self-transformation, we take that which appears negative and utilize it to increase our goodness. However, we need to take care not to attribute the negativities to divine will that are actually caused by humans. Human beings have free will. Without it, there could be no growth, only a following of rules. For the soul, life is something like a multidimensional art class. It is allowed to create with absolute freedom, with the understanding that it will be responsible for its creation. That opens a path for truly beautiful and blessed offerings to the collective. It also opens a path to expression of free will that creates suffering. Whether our choices create liberation or enslavement to pain is the responsibility of human beings. This body has been given to us that we may learn and grow spiritually. We are all in that process, varying in capacities and awareness, but ultimately progressing together. If some members of our human family are in such pain, they can only create further pain. That is their choice. As a group, we work to heal the causes of the pain to free them, and the rest of us from such a tragic use of free will. When rare and precious members of our human family develop such luminous awareness that, excluding light, they call us into greater peace and happiness, then those of us who are able to receive and share what they offer, to do so for the benefit of all. We need to understand the difference between taking an ego-created situation and working with it so that it can become divine, and believing the ego-created situation was divine to begin with. Spirit does not wish you or any creature to become sick or to suffer. In its infinite resourcefulness and love, with full respect for your free will, which enables you to grow according to your own pace and purpose. Spirit will provide path after path of healing resolution. It is up to us when or if we answer the call. This oracle has emerged in your reading because you have the capacity to become a light bearer. Safeguard your energy, yet trust that the light within is strong enough to see you through any struggle and eventually transform it into a precious pearl of sacred empowerment. You have wisdom in your divinely alchemical heart. You shall rise with dignity. Chicken drop. Chicken drop. Wow. So not only did Spirit show up, Spirit like brought it with every damn message here that chat, all of you lovely souls were talking about. Brought it. But the real work starts with taking those messages, applying them, looking at it, seeing if you align with any of it, and then doing the work on yourself to expand. So all the channel members, I put it over here, dumbass. I'm raffling this off on January 3rd during the Friday Night Live. You have a chance to win this beautiful $100 value pyramid. It's $5 if you want an entry. It's a way to support me in the channel. But you get to win this beautiful, lovely pyramid. I'm probably gonna do a number assignment. And I'll post that the day before. I will assign everybody a number, and then I will go on to the number generator and it'll pick for me. So I'll probably do it that way. I think that's what they're telling me right now. It might change. But yes, that's going to be raffled off. The next paint and sip, I don't know when I'm going to do it. It's going to probably be next week. I'm going to do a video. Yeah, I'm going to do a video. But I'm going to do a kitty cat. And then I will be doing giveaways. Whoever wants my paintings. These are little perks I have here. And then I'll do a live craft and sip. I got some crafts that I need to start, and I can just sit here and start them and talk with you guys. I was gonna try to get little Thor in this week, but I don't have the expenditures because I don't think I'm getting paid next month. So I'm down a whole month worth of paychecks. So I'm free, like inner me, old me is freaking the fuck out right now about like how my bills are gonna get paid. I'm not that worried on the higher end level, but the 3D me is freaking out. So I'm freaking out. So I am coming up with these little ingenious ways to pull some people in, try to get some financial support. That way, there's an energy exchange. You can always check out my website if you're interested in customization of like drawings. I do drawings. I might show one of them, my process. I might do that. We'll see. How I do my portraits. I might also do some giveaways of the things that I do make. I will have a members only Oracle read. So if you are a member, I'm going to do Oracle reads on a video that members can only view. Because I'm going to direct the energy towards specific people and channel in that way. So there is perks to being a member. I only have one tier right now. So I'm going to leave it there for a little bit. But these are just the ways I'm trying to get myself back into a Zen flow of work. I cannot not do a day's worth of work. I'm working all the time. You got it. Cat ball. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of different things. When I do go back to work, I go back to work January 6th. Yes, so that's like almost a month that I'm not getting paid, and then February is going to be a shit show. So I hope to get a loan of some sort from the bank, because my bills are real, and I'm probably going to look at. I'm having problems getting my pay stubs, to get food stamps. Gonna need those, or a rich husband. I'm gonna find somebody, marry me. I'm not that desperate, but something needs to be different. I'm looking for jobs, just part-time. Like I said, I love what I do, and I know that I am purposed to be with those kids. It's just not paying my bills. So I'm just being creative and trying to find different ways of making some income. Um, and doing it authentically and from my heart space. And all of this stuff is from my heart. It's my passion. I love doing art. It's besides dancing. Where are you, kitty? Right, yeah. Come say hello. Oh, there you are, Freya. Come here. Meow. Before I leave, come on, Freya. Come here. I'm gonna get her. Hang on. There she is. Freya. Yeah, I love my little ones. I love my little cats too, so hopefully Odin is okay. Um, Freya, Freya, Freya. No, the 3D does not pay much, but I'm also in the awareness that a lot of people can't even afford that. Um, so it's just a starting place. Um, I also know that most people here are also, members on other people's channels. It adds up. So I don't like to put that, that was a yawn. I the same thing with my pyramids and stuff. A lot of people tell me I undervalue my pyramid when I sell them, and I'm like, well, I want people to get the healing. It's not necessarily, yeah, I do have to make something off of it, but some people are selling that size for $300 to $400. I don't think that's practical. I'm selling those the big ones for 150. And that's just about all the material that's in it. Epoxy resin is about $100 plus, depends on the sales. Look at Freya. Hi, Freya. Do sassy tail for everybody before we go. Sassy tail, sassy tail. She's so chunky. But she likes my pyramid. See, she likes to lay right there. She's like, what's going on, Mom? I'm very happy that I rescued those two and adopted them. They bring so much joy to my life. And as much as I miss my little Morgan cat, my co-host number one, no one can replace her ever. So yeah. But I do want to thank everybody for showing up today. I hope that you got some messages from spirit and some healing, and hope you work on the healing of self. Thanks. First and foremost, go in here. We need each other as much as humanity needs all of us. We need it all. All of this is from here. Make sure you're living your life by that. Go within, align with yourselves, heal. This is the time to do it, guys. Purge it out. Get it out. That's why a lot of us are here. That's why we're being called for certain things. We're moving forward. We're moving out of certain areas of our lives. They no longer serve us a purpose. So come within, hold the light, and hold the space for others, because we're all at different levels. And every one of us is much needed. and much appreciated. I hope to be doing the Law of One reading tomorrow. I'm going to hopefully get another session in because it's a short and I want it to be lengthy, kind of. And that's about energy transfer in the relationship sector. So it'll be interesting. So check that out. Make sure you subscribe if you're watching. If you're not subscribed, hit the bell. I don't really tell people to do that because whatever. But I'm still trying to figure out the Zoom paired with YouTube to put it out so everything is out already and I just share a link and it goes. I don't know how to do that just yet. Miss Techie doesn't know how to do it just yet. Easier with Restream and other avenues, but I'm using Zoom, so it's a pain in the booty tushy. I'm not going live for the video, so I just post that. But I'm not sure about the paint and sip video. I'm gonna do it at some point. I don't know if I'm doing it the weekend. I don't know. Still figuring it out. But the craft and sip that I'm gonna go live for, that's why I said press the notification bell so you know if I go live. But I'm usually posting that on Facebook and Telegram. I remember to do True Social. Unfortunately, my X account is not on my phone and I do a lot of stuff off my phone. But I do have a Telegram page. The links will be in the description after this video upboots. And I put a title and everything to it. Still trying to figure out all that. Still. Be the disco ball. Reflect all the negativity. Please go within, sending each and every one of you love like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Go to your heart space. Be the physical shoulder for somebody to lean on. Because there's a lot of people waking up right now that need a big hug or need a shoulder or just an ear to hear. Be the lighthouse, be that GPS signal, because your electromagnetic field is affecting everybody around you. So make sure your thoughts and your will to intention is pure and aligned with you and your heart. Seed your truths respectfully and maturely, because even that other side that you hate, you word things properly and you challenge them in a very intellectual, chessboardy, witty way, they might start waking up. And that's not our job to wake people up, but it might make them think differently and expand. So just see things lightly, respectfully, in a mature, manner. Yes, it did. There's a little Thor at Ash Maya's house too. So cute. So cute. So I love all of you guys. Thank you for showing up and supporting me. That means the world to me. I appreciate it so very much. I don't get that many people, but it's the right people, and that's the people I enjoy that understand and are on the same level as me and thinking. So thank you so much for being here, for being the angels, for being the lighthouses that all of you are, for where you are. Until the next time, guys, be the light, shine it bright, hold space, and I hope to see you all in the next one. Don't forget to hit that like button and share if it hits here, and support in any way that you can. I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys on the next one, and hopefully tomorrow, 1 p.m. It'll be posted somewhere on Telegram or Facebook. Please go check out the Zoom tomorrow.